is hereby dedicated to amplifying the voices of survivors and creating an environment where survivors have the confidence that they will be heard, believed, and supported. Now, therefore proclaim that the City of Flagler Beach hereby proclaims the week of April 23rd through 29th, 2023 as Crime Victims' Rights Week, reaffirming the City of Flagler Beach's commitment to creating a victim services and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Thank you. Does anyone like to say something? You shared last year, so.
Thank you. This is my first time being here, but me and G-Man are members of Bikers Against Child Abuse. It's a worldwide organization. We're in 17 countries now. It was started here in Utah about 27 years ago. And Bikers Against Child Abuse, BACA, exists with the intent to create a safer environment for abused children. We exist as a body of bikers to empower children to not feel afraid of the world in which they live. We stand ready to lend support to our wounded friends by involving them with an established, united organization. We work in conjunction with local and state officials who are already in place to protect children. We desire to send a clear message to all involved with the abused child that this child is part of our organization and that we are prepared to lend our physical and emotional support to them by affiliation and our physical presence. We stand at the ready to shield these children from further abuse. We do not condone the use of violence or physical force in any manner. However, if circumstances arise such that we are the only obstacle preventing a child from further abuse, we stand ready to be that obstacle. We work with children from the ages of roughly 4 to 18. They have to be vetted, go through a process, intake. We go to court with them, we go to physical therapy with them, we visit them at their house. We're there whenever they need us. We assign 2 members to every child. Those members are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Some of them we work with for 6 months or a year, some of them it's 10 years. I just had one child that took 4 years for her to get through the court system. So the time can be long for the child, which does not make it any easier for them. Thank you for allowing us to speak.
Hi, I'm Donna Kearney. I'm the Victim Advocate Coordinator for Flagler Beach Police Department. First of all, I wanted to introduce the commission to our new part-time advocate, Mary Donardi. She's been an advocate for several years with Flagler County. Step on out here. She has a lot of experience. She retired when her husband retired, so that lasted a year, and I begged her to come back for our part-time position. Irene has retired but staying on as a volunteer, so I can't have a better replacement for that. And I just want to add one more thing. I had somebody ask me not too long ago, why do we do proclamations every year, over and over and over again? And my answer is still, we are trying to bring awareness and let people know that this is still here, and we try our best to make it disappear. Will it? Probably never, but at least we're here to help victims of crime to get through and navigate the path that they need to go for their healing. So I hope that nobody gets bored with our proclamations because it really is, it's just for, it's just for awareness and to let people know that we're still here and we're still doing what we can. Thank you.
Rick, you ready now?
Oh, here, I should do it.
Yeah, stand back for this one, Penny.
Might be our largest crowd yet.
Thank Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Candy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you.
Back again? Yeah. Thank you.
Nice to meet you again. That was a wonderful thing you did.
So much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
That my motorcycle was seen that scene.
All right, and we have one more tonight, and this is a certificate of appreciation. This is one of many that we will be handing out in the city on this particular item. But Brenda, if you could come forward. We can start with the city employees first with this one. We also have volunteers that will need this as we get a little further weeks ahead. Brenda, this is for your appreciation of your assistance in getting the final easement signed for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Dune Renourishment Project. I know this wasn't easy, and you always told me how sometimes people yelled at you, and we tried to use every connection we possibly had to get everyone to sign, but thank you. Come get a photo.
Susie, can I say something about this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, Brenda, stay there if you would. There's a little story behind this, as there always is a story. You know, we had one owner of two properties that we needed desperately to sign off on easements, and it has been a long process. And so it was announced in court in Orlando a couple of months ago that this local individual had agreed to give an easement so that we had all we needed for the Army Corps project on the south side of town to occur. But you still have to sign the paperwork. And so 2 months passed and it wasn't signed. So this past week, about a week ago today, I think, the judge ordered that there be a meeting in my office with me and with the property owner and with Mr. Hadid, the Flagler County attorney. So I had a feeling that it would not be as simple as someone showing up and signing documents. So we were all meeting in my office, and 3 hours later, after my staff had already gone home, including my notary, I was left with a willing property owner, but with no notary. And so I called the city, was able to get Brenda, who's a notary, who came over and saved the day, because I have zero confidence that if we had to spill over to the next day that it would happen. So it was very important, and we really appreciate Brenda's services on that.
Thank you.
All right, that's everything?
That's everything.
Okay, we have a special CRA meeting that we need to attend to.
this meeting?
Recess this meeting and we'll go into.
Yes, so, like I was trying to segue into, is everybody okay with doing that now?
Motion to recess our regular meeting.
Second the motion.
All right, we are in recess, and now we can start our special meeting. So we will call the special meeting for the CRA to order. This is the special meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission sitting as the Community Redevelopment Agency. Today is Thursday, April 13th, 2023. The time is 6:01. And is everybody okay with skipping 2 since we just did that? All right, so we'll move on to 3, which is approved minutes of March 23rd and April 6th. Does everybody have copy?
Mr. Chair, there's one change to one of them, if I may.
Okay.
On the minutes of March 23rd, if you go to item 9, approval of the conceptual site plan for a single-family home at 108 South 9th Street. In the second sentence, it says, Ms. Miller reviewed the item advising the agency board. It should say PAR board. The PAR board does not look or approve single-family residential plans. But in the CRA board does. So that's the only change that I caught.
Okay.
Also,
one.
I need to read into the record for item 6, Commissioner Spradley completed a Form 8B, memorandum of voting conflict. He's attended in the building.
Shouldn't that be in the minutes?
It's attached to
That
it.
the attachments makes it part of it. Okay, gotcha.
I have a question on number 6 as well. I remember, and maybe it's my bad memory, Eric left and passed the gavel to Rick.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says, after the public comment, that I made the motion to approve the redevelopment grant and that Eric seconded it.
Yes, he
Did
did.
Eric come back in the
Yeah.
He
meantime?
came back, but he didn't get the gavel back after the vote.
Correct.
All right.
After the vote.
Okay,
Item was-
okay.
That's why I
I
said-
couldn't recall how that went. Thank you.
And so if you plan to motion, just motion as amended, and that should cover it.
Okay, any other discussion or comments on minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes of March 23rd and April 6th as amended.
I'll second the motion.
Any members of the public wish to speak on item 3, which is minutes for the 2 different meetings? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, item 4, we have approval of small development redevelopment grant application for 721 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. So the first question is, does everybody have the latest packet? And there's also pictures that have been added. And this has been submitted a couple times. So I just want to make sure everybody had the latest and greatest. Okay, so if everybody has that, discussion.
I just want to make sure, Karen, the artificial turf is permeable.
Yes, it is. I checked with Lee.
I looked at the advertisement, they're not advertisements, but I did look up on Google, and it said that it was. I just want to make sure. I didn't want to add all that impervious surface.
Yes, I agree.
I actually went for a little walk yesterday by that property, and they've got the majority of it done already, which includes the turf and the mulch, so it's looks nice.
Oh, no. What did you say? Did you just say that they've already done it?
It looks like it.
Property owners are here.
Well, let's
Have you already started?
Hold on, Karen, if you can, just let's get
I'm
our
sorry.
discussion here first.
I'm
and then-
sorry.
Then we'll ask. Other discussion on this property. So the only call out I had is, I did not see a second estimate in the packet. Did I miss it? Because all of them
I
are
had-
supposed to have 2 estimates.
I had several attached from what I remember.
I saw a lot of price sheets and stuff, but I didn't see an actual
That's what
second
they gave
estimate.
me, yeah.
So how does the,
Lowe's has it for one price. Hold on a second. There was
well,
a,
those are material. That's not the actual
For the
estimate,
nuggets.
right?
yeah, there's 2 prices, and Home Depot had it for a different price. But Turf Supply, there are 2 quotes here. And what is this? The pavers, there's 2 quotes here.
But the actual estimate for the work, we got 1, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is everyone up here okay with approving this with 1 as opposed to 2? Okay. The other question that I had is, a decent amount of this project does continue into the side yards, which is not even close to being visible by the street. And I know that you would want that as a part of the project to complete, but I don't know how good getting into these little tiny 3-foot areas that are deep in the property tie into improving CRA. Do you have any thoughts on that?
It's entirely up to the board how they feel, if they, I mean, this is how it was presented, and to me, it was one whole project.
And Chair, if I could make one suggestion on that, remember rising tide lifts all ships. So property values, you're also thinking about property values when analyzing these. So even something that might not be seen easily from the right of way, as long as it's lifting those property values, it's benefiting your CRA.
Okay, good goal.
Plus, we also are only paying 60%, so you could say the other 40% is
In the side yard.
on the side yard.
Right. All right, further discussion? Okay, applicant, if you could come up. Our CRA director has some questions, and we'll see if we have any further discussion. Go ahead.
Did I understand correctly that, Commissioner, you said that they had already started it?
I saw a lot of fresh mulch.
I'm trying to do as much of it
Yes, sir, just for the record, if you can, please state your name and address.
as I can. Barry Poinbuff, 721 North Ocean.
Okay, thank you. So, CRA director, any concerns on that?
I hate to be the bad guy, but yes.
And what would those be?
The CRA grant specifically says that you cannot start work on something that you've applied for a grant for and receive a grant until the grant is awarded.
So if the applicant was to do that, it would be up to the CRA board to decide if we wanted to continue forward with that. Okay,
Correct.
so questions on the table, CRA board, how do we feel about that discussion?
You may want to ask the applicant how much work has he actually begun? How much work has he actually started?
The front yard is, the mulch is complete, and part of the side yard is complete, but I still have some additional sod to put in the front yard. And the reason I'm doing it myself, I'm trying to keep the price down. If you were to get bids on it, I know y'all like a couple of bids on everything, but if you were to get bids on something like that, it would probably be in excess of 15 grand to do something like that. So that's why I'm doing it myself.
Okay, good information. Discussion on potentially waiving that requirement.
Were you not aware that you should not have
I
started?
was not aware of that, no, that you couldn't start. I was planning on doing this regardless, so
And from I suspect the main reason that's in there is so people don't go out and spend the money and then come in here and say to you, well, I've already spent the money. That is not what this applicant is doing.
No. I'm okay with, if we can legally waive it.
Okay, further discussion? Do we have a consensus on waiving that particular item?
yes.
Okay. Okay, so that takes care of that part. Any other information or anything about the project you'd like us to know for consideration?
No, the reason I'm putting artificial turf and artificial mulch is because it's easier to maintain in this environment, and I think that's the main thing, is to enhance the beauty of the community and surrounding properties. So.
And one of the requirements of this is everything that gets done has to last a minimum of 3 years. Is that realistic?
That's like 10 to 15 year warranty on different product. Well, the mulch will have to be replaced occasionally, but the sod is a 10-year warranty.
Okay. Further questions for the applicant? All right. And if you have no other comments, you can have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have further discussion on this item. Okay, we'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on item 4 of the CRA agenda, which is a grant application for 721 North Ocean Shore Boulevard? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Look for motion.
Motion to approve the small redevelopment grant for 721 North Ocean Shore.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? What was that, Penny? Okay, motion passes unanimous. So So congratulations. We'll move on to item 5, which is discussion related to a possible workshop with the board to decide goals for next fiscal year. CRA Director.
I think this is a little bit confusing and unusual, but this is what I have in mind, and I'm hoping that we can do this. Last year when we did our strategic planning, the CRA was basically not really looked at carefully for whatever reason. We're not going to do the strategic planning this year either. So my concern is I'm leading the CRA without the CRA board's direction. And most of you are new, except for Jane, who was here when we started all this. And what I would like to do is sort of do a CRA 101. I will be putting our master plan, which is 100 pages long, together. So each one of you has a copy when you're bored and want something to read. There's also goals and objectives that you need to be aware of that we need to go through eventually. Like I said, this past year we've been playing catch up and just attacking what's there. But I really feel that we need a plan. And I was hoping that we could either set a separate date for a work session or maybe during the presentations for the budget, extend my presentation to include that since we're already here. I just really think it's invaluable that y'all get the information that you need while you're sitting here as a CRA board.
Okay. So we'll do discussion on this, but we have a proposal to include strategic, we'll call it basically CRA strategic planning, into the strategic planning that's already scheduled. Thoughts on that?
I'd be okay with that.
I think that's a good idea too.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Make a longer day.
Correct. And I did want to point that out. That could make for a longer day. Is everybody still okay with that?
I think if Karen can give us a sense of what sort of time commitment we would be making.
City Manager, your thoughts?
It would probably extend the planning session that you have planned to do till at least 5 o'clock, maybe a little bit longer. So it will be a longer day, and it's your prerogative how you would do it. But I do want to make you aware that with all the departments reporting, I probably have it scheduled right now till 4:30, 4 o'clock. So it would have to be pretty compact, or be willing to extend to 5 o'clock, maybe even 5:30.
I would rather have a longer day than another day.
Agreed.
Okay.
I agree.
Everybody's good with that?
But yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but I think it's more than just the strategic planning. It's kind of learning more about what the CRA is, how the CRA is separate from the commission, how right now we are not commissioners, that we are CRA board members, and that what's in that master plan, I think it's important that everybody, if you don't read every word, that's fine, but at least understand what's in it. And goals and objectives. You know, we went so long without Karen or without anybody. We haven't really been a CRA. Now it's 12 years, I guess. So I think all that is very important. So it's not just strategic planning, it's more of what are we hearing, what are we doing?
Well, and to piggyback off what you were saying, so you were talking earlier about, and you mentioned kind of CRA 101. For folks that are new to CRA, might not know all the laws and the logistics and how it works. And it sounds like in addition to us meeting during strategic planning, we should all, maybe not Jane, because Jane's been through this, but we should all meet with you one-on-one in a meeting individually around that same time or before.
I'm always available.
Right.
Yes, and I agree with you. That would, whoops. Sorry. Yeah, I'm always available, and I agree with you. That might be a good idea, too. I know we tried to do that last year, but things just got out of hand, and then the hurricane, so.
Okay, so I guess the question is, for the folks up here, are we okay with committing to a meeting before the May 3rd meeting, one-on-one with the CRA director, to make sure everybody understands what the goals of CRA in the 101 is. Are we okay with doing that? Jane, you're exempt.
I'm exempt,
You're
okay.
exempt.
Then I think it's a wonderful idea.
Okay. Commissioner Valiumer?
I do as well, and that'll give us a chance to try and think of a couple things we might want to do in the CRA to put into the budget. So if we understand more before we start trying to decide something, that'll be helpful too. And then we can use our time more efficiently to actually decide on some things we might want to do in the CRA in the year to come.
Okay.
So I think it's a great
So
idea.
we have a consensus on that. Do you want us to work with you direct, or do you want us to go through Katie, or how do you want to set up the meetings?
It's up to the city
City
manager.
manager?
I think Katie can arrange it. That way she can make sure everybody's schedule is in place. I think that's probably the most efficient way to go.
Okay.
Katie will talk to Karen and also the individual members of the commission, and that way you can ensure that everything's in place.
Looks like she's taking notes, so I expect we'll hear from her.
Another time for Katie to attack my calendar?
That's it.
That is so creepy to me, I'm sorry.
All right, so we have a plan on that. CRA director, any further discussion on this particular item?
No, sir.
All right, so
Thank you.
we have a good plan. We have the strategic plan. We have the 101, which will help build that. Okay. Further discussion on CRA at all?
I have a question. This is actually a Drew question. Drew, last CRA meeting, we all had different grant applications up here, and we didn't know which was which. And then Karen made a comment that staff changed the application. If we're a board, a CRA board, shouldn't we vote on changes or have a discussion on changes to the grant application process? Or does staff just have the ability to make changes and then we just
And I think that's
accept?
part of why Karen wants to talk about these things as a
Okay.
board. Because when Karen is operating, she's going to operate pursuant to that plan. Everything in that plan, you've authorized your CRA director to do. And so she's going to do those things that are in the plan. I think that's exactly why Karen wants to have the conversation that she wants to have, because she's executing the plan as it's been approved by the council or by the commission, by the CRA board.
So if that's the case, do we go back to the original application, or we move forward with the current one that had just the staff changes on it without a vote from the board?
Depends on what's in that plan, but again, if they're, go ahead, but if they're putting that together based on what's in the plan, right? And so if you want to direct staff to do something different, you can always bring that up. If you want to change the application, I think, Karen, you mentioned that last time, that if they want to have a different application, they can tell you you want a different application.
Okay.
But that's on the board to say, we want to change the application. Otherwise, your director is going to put, just as your staff does. Typically, when we do ordinances that provide for an application, staff does the application. You don't approve those applications. We put the application, or staff puts the application together consistent with what your broader direction is.
Okay.
But you always have that ability to talk to your director or your CRA director, your manager or your CRA director, to say, we don't like this application, let's change it. We've done it with planning applications. We've done it across the board. But generally, no, you do not approve every application that gets put together. That is usually done at the staff level.
Okay.
And just some information. So last special, I believe it was a special CRA meeting, we discussed wanting to review the grant application and potential changes. And I talked to Karen before the meeting, and that is slated to be discussed at the next quarterly CRA meeting. So, because one of my questions was, why wasn't it on this? And it's because it's on the quarterly one. So for those of you that were looking for that, if anybody was, it is scheduled but not on this meeting, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep. When is the next quarterly one?
In June.
Okay.
Commissioner Bellinger.
Just a couple of quick observations as long as we're on the CRA stuff. One thing I mentioned to Karen earlier, there's some exercise equipment down at the WIC line that has some protruding concrete above grade that people can get hurt on and have gotten hurt on. So just so that's on her radar. The basketball nets, is there a reason that we can't put nets on them? Do they need new hoops or?
I noticed that this morning that somebody destroyed them.
Pretty ugly.
I will make sure that Bill's aware of it and they'll change them.
Okay.
I'm sure.
And one last question. Are the new lights will be done relatively soon, probably right before turtle season. Are they turtle friendly, or are we going to have to not?
No, we'll have to shut them off. We'll have to shut them off like we have for so many years.
Get new lights.
Brand new lights, we want him to be able to turn them on. Okay. Well, I'll wait 6 months or however long it is. Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion related to CRA.
Yes, just wanted to see if we have any updates on the maintenance around the CRA. I know we kind of mentioned that last time. If that's something that we're going to mention in planning, I'm okay with that, but I'd just like to maybe get some sort of updates on that as well.
CRA Director?
If I may, there is no specific schedule for maintenance. They mow at Wickline and they mow here specific times, but other than that, it's a daily thing. So it's not like we go here Tuesday and we do this. It's just they spread around the entire city, and it's not specific to the CRA. I know that there's a lot of things that need to be fixed in the CRA, trust me. But we've got to start one step at a time, like getting the irrigation working again and things like that. And those are the projects. That's why I want to have this meeting.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just like, for example, just the palm fronds, that are protruding over in front of Sunbros. Simple, I'm not saying, I'm not sure what they do day to day, but, I'll gladly get out there with my clippers and cut them if, they're too busy, and I'll, help out.
So, City Manager, it sounds like there needs to be a potential focus or just a routine kind of blitz from grounds for the CRA just to take a look at. Is that realistic or possible?
It's realistic, and I'd like to address that from Commissioner Belhumer's question. And I'm taking care of we're going to deal with that through parks on the poles that you mentioned. So that addresses, I think, Chair Cooley, your issue as well. Through regular city staff, we can address a lot of those issues. And what we will do is I will meet with the CRA director. We'll have to come up with a list of maintenance items and then discuss that with city staff on what's the best way to address those issues. So yes, it is. It's possible. And that would be a normal function of city staff to take care of.
And so the concern was brought up about irrigation. Is that something that we can just sub out and have a contractor come in and fix?
It's a project. It's a project. We'd have to figure out where everything is first, and then have the engineers go back and see where they actually put the irrigation in. I know that David King still has all those plans, thank God. You do too, and I'm sure I do somewhere.
So this might be something we need to
That's something that we
discuss for the meeting?
Exactly.
Okay. All right, so we have a plan for that. Any other topics we got to cover? Helen? All right, looking for a motion to adjourn the CRA meeting.
I'll make a motion we adjourn the CRA meeting.
Second.
All right, CRA meeting is adjourned. So we will come back from recess. We don't need any type of motion to come back from, okay. So we are now going back to our commission meeting. And we are going to pick up at item 4, which is deletions and changes to the agenda. I have one. Does anybody have anything?
I do not.
Okay, so there was a request for item 11 to become item 7, to move up to the top of general business, just being time sensitive because of who's involved in it. Is everybody okay with that?
The one about the app?
Correct.
Okay.
The city manager requested that get moved up.
Oh. Okay.
Everybody okay with that change?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then all the other numbers will just cascade down and keep the order. Any other changes? All right, so we will move item 11 up to the new item 7. And that'll get me all messed up on our numbers when we do this. All right. And Penny, you don't have anything, right? All right, next item, public comments. These are comments that are not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak, however, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. And if you can, just as a little bit of how the process works is if you have any questions for us or anything like that, we give you the 3 minutes uninterrupted, so ask all the questions, we'll take notes, and then after public comment closes, then we'll do a response time, just so everybody knows. All right, so we'll open this up, public comment. All right, if you can, just please state your name and address.
Donna Schneider, 2412 South Daytona. I was hoping Lee would be talking tonight, give us an update on these check valves. We were told they were going to start on the 4th of April, or excuse me, the 2nd of April. I understand we don't have the valves, even though in the meeting on the 9th of February, we were told half the valves were available, 100% of them would be available in 90 days. And I also have an email prior to that Lee says we've already ordered the check valves. So I'd like to know where we are. I think maybe somebody has done some maintenance on the valves now, and they are operating more efficiently. We didn't have the storm surge that we normally would have. But I am concerned. There was some bleed through on the clappers. If the valves are operating and they have opened back up to let the water back out, they may not have closed again. So if we don't have the valves replaced, we need to be going and doing maintenance and making sure when the next storm comes, then we don't have an issue. But I really would like an update when this is going to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Susan Price, 2400 South Daytona. To piggyback on Donna's research and to give this interim city manager some history, we've been asking to have these valves fixed for going on 5 years. We didn't think we have to come and ask again. We thought it was a done deal. We were told that the valves were available, at least 50% of the valves the vendor had in Miami that he could get. We were supposed to start a week ago Monday, and the project is supposed to be finished before hurricane season. This week, we had I don't know if it was a nor'easter, what kind of storm we had, but we've got water laying all the way across the road. We sent pictures. I sent pictures to James, which he shared with somebody else that could give it to all of you guys. So we've got multiple issues down there, and we need you guys to move on it and get it resolved before this next hurricane season. A lot of you are on the board. You guys have heard us. You guys have seen us. You've come down and seen it for yourselves. I don't know who's dropped the ball, where it's dropped, but we were told that it was going to happen. You voted on it. You approved it. You've done everything. It needs to happen now. Thank you.
Well, we're talking about floods. I might as well go. I'm Kevin O'Connor. I live at 1219 South Flagler Avenue. The city just spent like 170 grand to make a bad problem many, many times worse. Over there, we're right across the street from the retention pond. Rick, you have property there? They came and dug up all the mud and somewhat grass, and they put down new sod at the complete wrong elevations. Now we're going to have unbelievable amount of water in front of our homes. The grass that they just put down is going to rot and die and start to stink. So, and while they're talking about grass cutting, every time they cut the grass around the pond, they manage to blow, instead of running their mowers in the opposite direction, they blow all the grass cuttings into the pond. It's killing the pond. So you might as well just fill the retention pond in, because it's doing nothing but flood our properties. I think it's the cause of killing all the big oak trees that grow up over the road. So there goes 170 grand. According to the building department, they're going to monitor it, and it's not going to do anything. They right now, before the sod takes root, they should take the sod out, regrade it, and put the sod back down. And the way they put the sod down is horrible. It's 6-inch. There's 6-inch lumps next to 4-inch divots. So my grass cutter says he can't cut it. You know, he's not going to go in it with his mower. So that means he's going to have to do it with a weed whacker, and he's going to charge us more money to cut our properties now. So it's a total mess, and it's the city knows about it for over 3 weeks. We've already had a big rainstorm on Sunday into Monday, and it's still flooded. The whole swale is flooded. So it's not like a swale that's on Daytona or Central where it's going to drain into the ground and go. Where the elevations are so tight that it has to be done perfectly, and then it will drain into the pond. And then the canal from the pond out to the bay has to be cleared. Otherwise, it's going to flood every time. And then it floods our homes. And Rick, you're right down the block. You know what's going on. So, hope something happens.
Okay, thank you.
And they only did a half a job on the side. On the city side of the street, they put full sod across. In front of our homes, they did a half-ass job. And it looks like hell.
All right, anyone else for public comment? Nobody? Okay, we'll close public comment. All right, so, city manager, the first thing is the check valve project. So in addition to the citizens being told on the dates, we were also, and that was one of the criteria on approval of this project. So what is your feedback on that, or do you have any?
Well, Lee is here, and I would ask Lee if he would address that particular issue, but then I would ask the commission that I would address the other issue, which is storm drainage, and bring you up to date on that and what we're doing with it.
Oh yeah, we'll get into that. So first things first, the check valve project that there was dates tied to.
Okay, I'll bring you up to date. They've all been ordered. We have 3 in the shop right now. They were the ones that were in Miami. And then the other 6, we had to order them from Sweden to be made. And they will arrive here in mid-May. Once they arrive, we'll work with CB Civil, the contractor, for an installation schedule. So I suspect that'll happen sometime before June.
Okay, so the question I got would be, is this timeline what we approved when we did the contract? Because I don't have that.
All I can tell you is I've got a whole email string here from between Chris and the people at Waypro, and they were ordered right away. And what we did is we paid extra to have them expedited, which means they've been airshipped here from Sweden. And amazingly, I don't understand this at all, but the email string said if we didn't pay to get them expedited, it would be 7 weeks to get them here by ship. I mean, I think Columbus made it here faster than that.
I was going to say, in a canoe with a...
So I guess the other question I have is there timelines in this contract that the vendor is obligated to meet?
Well, we obviously have to put an extension on our contract because this was a change order. So that change order, I believe, was worked out in terms of time extension, but it's just based on when the valves get here. I mean, that sets the start date.
Okay. So, Commission, do we have any questions for Lee?
Not specifically.
City Manager, did you have any other feedback?
Not on this issue, no.
The only other feedback I would have on this is, I do have concerns. So we approve a vendor that advertises to us a particular set of objectives. He says, here's what we can deliver to you, this is our product, and this is when we can do it. And we approve it based on that, and then immediately we have a change before work even gets started. That's a concern. And it might be late in the process to look at other vendors, but I think that I don't see this improving with this particular vendor. We haven't even left first space yet. Did you have any feedback or thoughts on that?
Yes, I do. Commissioner Cooley, and I think Lee mentioned one key word, Sweden. I think what we're facing is the supply chain issues that you're having all over the United States and really all over the world. I think we're going to remain a problem, not only with this project, but you're going to see it with other projects as we experience those supply chain issues. And I think very forthrightly, I think we have to build that into our thinking, that we may have to do delays on projects because of those particular issues. And I truly believe what Lee is describing to you is those worldwide supply chain issues that are really an economic problem all over the United States and all over the world today.
Okay. And I guess the only other question that I have is we also came to a consensus as a commission that there was going to be a proposed plan to do another phase of these valves also. You all remember we talked about doing that?
Yeah.
So I guess, do we have, and this is just because we have, the parties in the room, so is there an ETA on that, or is that going to be coming shortly in a meeting or anything? Or we're going to look at the additional round?
Well, that'll probably be an item for next year's budget, next year's fiscal budget, unless you want to pull money from reserves.
Well, that's what we talked about doing.
We can certainly implement that if you like.
Except if there's a supply chain issue with this, why even think about a second one?
Well, that would be why we'd have to do it now or get another vendor, Commissioner Sharp.
Mr. Chair, we mentioned that we have 3 of these valves in the shop now. I'm pretty irritated at the fact that the vendor came here before us and, guaranteed some things to us, and I understand supply chain, and that's beyond the point, but what about getting as a sign of good faith with the contractor, can we get them in to install at least 3 of these flex valves now to start this project, get this started, and, show our residents that, we got their back and we want to get this process started. I'm really struggling with this one here.
Is that possible?
I would recommend not, because then you're going to have 2 mobilizations, 2 demobilizations. It's going to add to the cost.
I thought he told us he had 6, he had 50%. Yeah, he did. I would tell him to take a harder look in his warehouse, because he made a promise to this commission. And this was a packed room. And I would say, where are they? I mean, he's starting off on the wrong foot.
I'm just a messenger here, Mayor.
I know.
So, City Manager and Lee, it sounds like we have a little bit of follow-up we could do possibly for next meeting. Is that possible with the vendor?
Sure, we can do that, and as a matter of fact, we can incorporate it within the second part of, I think, the public discussion, and that is, what do you discussion storm drainage?
Okay.
We could bring it back at that particular point.
Got it. Yeah, because we have a proposed upcoming meeting on that. All right. Any other comments on this, just the check valves, before we move on to the other item?
Just real quick, and they kind of commingle. Hopefully this gets discussed during our next meeting when we have an agenda item on how we're going to proceed with stormwater projects in the city.
Well, we're going to be getting to that. So the next...
Scheduled for the next meeting.
Right. All right, so the next public comment is the concern about the Flagler Avenue project as a whole, quality and everything. And City Manager, I know you have some thoughts on that.
Well, the City Commission directed staff to come back on our next regular City Commission meeting, which would be on the 27th, and to present to you the stormwater issues. And what we have planned is 2 different phases. One, specific projects which will address we can address some of the comments that are made tonight, but also to talk to you about a master plan on the storm drainage. Lee is preparing the game plan for that now, and to make a presentation to you, because there's really two concepts. It's going to be a multi-year master plan that we would recommend to you, but also some immediately implementation of individual projects that would be built into the budget. So I would suggest that the comments that you heard tonight, we would bring that back to you on the 27th, where we make the presentation on our stormwater master plan as well as individual projects.
Okay.
Lee, have you shared with Mike the previous stormwater? Have you shared with Mike the previous stormwater plans that we have implemented, the 2002 and the 2009, I think it was, updates?
Just on a very high level. We haven't really had the time to sit down with each other for more than 15 minutes at a time. So that will happen for sure when we sit down and talk budget modules or budget for engineering. I mean, that's the best time for that to happen.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
The area that these folks live in down 2400 blocks South Daytona, there's rain events and there's storm surge events, and they get inundated with rain events more often than the surge. The valves may come into play at some point with the rain events, but the main problem down there, which were depicted in those photographs, that was from a rain event, not from the storm surge. That road needs to be reconfigured and some new drainage put down that will get it into the drains that are existing now, because it's just a big bowl right there in the center of 24th Street. Well, between 24th and 25th. So that's something that we really need to look forward to trying to address. Maybe elevate the road and get some ditches in there that will actually convey the water to the drains and into the intracoastal.
Okay, so hold on, we're having our discussion. So city manager, potential, can we incorporate into the upcoming meeting, potentially having an engineer look at that area? Or that might already be part of what is this master plan? Okay.
Part of what it...
Actually, that's being looked at in the resiliency study.
Okay. Well, we have an engineer looking at that road, and
they're studying that. They're studying the city for impact on sea level rise. And that's part of the grant that they have, the $100,000 grant. Okay, so that's one approach. And the second approach is to take a citywide look at our stormwater problems and develop, as Mr. Abel said, a total master plan. We haven't had a stormwater master plan since 2009. And in fact, there are still 3 projects from that master plan that haven't been done.
Yes, they have.
No, they haven't.
They have.
Well, we can discuss that on the April 27th meeting. But, so you're proposing that the April 27th meeting, which is our next April meeting, that there's going to be an agenda item that is going to be covering all of this, is covering the first concern about the valves. It's kind of the master plan for the whole city. Am I hearing that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what's going to be brought forward, and then we're going to get into the nuts and bolts on this thing.
That's correct.
Okay. Up here on the dais, is everybody okay with that proposal to bring all this to the next meeting?
Yeah, I'm glad that we're talking about citywide, because And I know that you've had some bad experiences, but that's not the only part of town that floods. So I'm glad that we're looking at.
And we're also talking about on the other side.
Yeah,
Lambert and Palm Drive and.
Yeah, my backyard flooded last weekend too.
That's going to be a long agenda, just so everybody knows. We're going to be at that one for a little while. Any other comments on this since we have Lee up here?
Did you address the concern I raised about the valves, checking the existing valves since we're not getting any ones?
Good point. We did not. The current valves that we have that might not be operating correctly, that could possibly need repaired, that are not on the replacement schedule. City Manager, if you could put that down as a follow-up for next meeting.
I have that.
That's not what I'm doing.
What, that means I heard you wrong.
I think the comment was to make sure that, just said to have somebody go out and take a look at all those valves, make sure they are in proper position and as well functioning as they can be at the moment, just to keep an eye on them as we move through the process.
Okay.
So we don't run into a problem before the new valve.
I have it written down.
Okay.
We'll
I hope we don't have a whole lot of other stuff to cover on the 27th.
I was thinking the same thing.
Short agenda.
So we have a big meeting coming up on the 27th to cover all that. Lee, thank you. You'll be able to talk at the next public comment section because we already closed public comment. No, there was a gentleman who had his hand up. All right. So we're good with that. Do we have anything for City Manager? We covered all the responses, so we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to move on to consent agenda, which is minutes from March 23rd, 22, and the special meeting minutes of March 27th, 2023. Did everybody get a copy, and do we have any discussion?
Yes, I got a copy. No, I have no discussion.
There's nothing wrong with them?
In that case, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any members of the public wish to speak on the minutes from March 23rd and 27th? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. And all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, we are going to move to the new item 7, which is review City Manager's recommendation to delay launch of YouGov Flagler Beach app. So City Manager.
Katie has been the lead worker on this, a manager for it, and I would ask her to make a presentation to the commission on what our recommendation is.
Okay, Katie, you can talk there. You can go sit by Penny, whichever's better for you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So just for additional context on the Flagler Beach YouGov app, we have been working for about the past year with Live Tour Network, our developer, and Flagler County to develop an app. It's based on the county's YouGov app that they already have implemented, but it's specific to Flagler Beach. So the app has information on utilities, events, parking areas in the city, local parks, and hours of operation for city services. And it does have the ability to take direct citizen comments and complaints, issue reports, and associate photos with the comments. In February, we did a beta testing with a few members of the commission, with residents and staff members, and we received some really valuable feedback, and I thank you all that participated in that. There was some mixed feedback, and one of the areas was that some of the tabs within the app link directly back to the city website. And there was feedback that the city website should be updated potentially prior to launching the app. And a couple of the beta testers suggested to actually use the funding that we had allocated for the app this year and reallocate it for some improvements to the city website before we do the public launch of the app. And so that we met back as a staff and with the developer, So the recommendation at this point is to, we have $4,800 that was put into our fiscal year 22-23 general government budget for this app. And after we pay our last invoice to the developer, there will still be $3,600 remaining. And so the recommendation is that we put that $3,600 towards website design improvements, primarily to make the website more mobile friendly and more intuitive to our residents. So that is the recommendation. I did just want to mention that one of the major features of the app is for the ability for the citizens to submit issues and complaints, which I mentioned. So one of the things that we could do to make sure that we still retain that function is to do a little bit more promotion of we have a area of the city website that's for reporting an issue or concern. What happens there is that citizens will input their issues and Penny will get an email. She'll respond back directly to the citizen. There is the potential, like there was in the app, to track for citizens to actually, if they create a login and password, to go in and to be able to track their issue. Right now it's worked best for Penny and staff, and she's been very responsive to citizens to just email directly, but if there is a will, we could explore that. So that was one of the main things. So that any questions that folks would have?
Okay, discussion on the potential to delay the launch of this.
You go ahead first, I'll go after you.
Okay. I appreciate those comments, Katie. I agree with what's being proposed. Notwithstanding my age, I spend a lot of time on social media and that sort of thing. And I would have to say in its current configuration, I would give, on a scale of 1 to 10, the city website about a 2. And so if you're going to launch the app, then it's going to be promoted. And that's when it'll be having its greatest amount of attention. And if it's linked on a number of these tabs back to the website, I think that could be a real downer for a lot of people. So my question, so I agree with what you're suggesting, which is use the budgeted money to improve the city website. But do we have an idea of how much it's going to cost or what we're going to budget to improve the website?
So
I believe the suggestion was the remainder of it.
I'm sorry?
I believe the suggestion in here was the remainder of it.
Well, I think the suggestion was to use it for that, but how much what's the big number?
What's the real cost?
Yeah, how much is it going to cost?
Well, there are levels.
we know?
So we've reached out to Civic Plus, and currently there's a free upgrade that we can do right now. It's not going to be a lot of huge changes, maybe a little bit about the mobility issue. But they have provided us some quotes for some different levels. We're still reviewing that, and that's something that I'll be discussing with you in our workshop on the 3rd.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sherman.
So yes, just some of my thoughts on the app. Just reading through what was given to us. I'm okay with us pausing on the app. I kind of highlighted it to the point that with the condition that the new city manager has a clear vision for the app. I'm concerned that there was, reading the reviews and feedback that we got from the residents and the staff that you were using the app. It seems like too much was going on and it needs to be dumbed down a bit. Again, I'm okay in reinvesting the money back in the website, but I guess when we reinvest this money in the website, can we work with the developer to ensure that if someone does have a mobile device, that it's mobile device kind of friendly? Because I know you go to some websites and it might not be the easy, configured for a mobile device. So possibly if we could have something to where, again, I don't know what different levels it would be with Civic Plus with that, but I think that would be something that would be good, because, a lot of people are on their cell phones, and that's when how they want to report a concern or something. So, it takes a little bit of time to go home, get on your laptop, and, kind of remember what maybe your concern was. So if we could have it configured to make it easier on a cell phone. I think that would be a simple win for now, and then when the new city manager comes on deck, we find from them a clear vision on how this app was going to work. That's it.
Other discussion?
I have one thing. I was going to make a suggestion. The city of Palm Coast, I don't know who does their app, or excuse me, their website, but they have the most user-friendly website that I have come across, and if maybe we could reach out to who built theirs as a suggestion. Everything is easy to find. Jobs are on the front page, contact information's there, they have hot links. You're never in a searching mode on their platform.
And I disagree. I brought that up when we were talking about salaries. I tried finding their budget so that I could see what their salaries were compared to ours. Could not find it.
Well, I liked it.
I mean, it looks very pretty. I'll say their website looks very pretty. Ours doesn't look pretty.
Well, and there's pieces you can pull from different things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know that we have the basic package with Civic Plus. If they have different levels, let's see what those levels are.
They do, and we do have some more levels that aren't truly utilized, like the report of concern. There's tracking of that. I have used that function with the Schultzes have submitted and went back to see where staff was at with their concern, and I can go back in and fill all that out and close out the action through that. But quite honestly, it's more work for me. It's easier for me to say, hey, maintenance, go do this. Tell me when you're done so I can respond back to Mr. Schultz.
Yeah.
Instead of logging in, clicking this, updating this, make sure, if it's your wish for me to use that program the way they want it to be used, Civic Plus, I can do it.
But you need more help.
She needs more.
I know you don't like to admit that you need help.
I need people to respond to me quicker.
So since we're on that, the concern that I have is how the app really started becoming part of what we were doing. Is there was a huge communication gap between the citizens and the city. You all remember this. This was when this was boiling over. Folks felt like they were getting stonewalled. Concerns weren't getting tracked. And that's how the app came in. And so we made a commitment to the citizens to have a tool that was trackable to ensure that, there was accountability. And if a concern was brought up, that it was not lost, is the best way to put it. For whatever reasons, stuff was happening. And I would have no problem with delaying the app as long as we have some type of functionality. And I don't want this to be a drain where you're constantly having to input stuff for silly things.
Well, that's what the app was turning into as well.
Yeah,
it was a nightmare for staff, to be quite honest.
It's a double-edged sword, though. So we have the information to be able, like basically a concern is treated like a case. And that case is assigned, a number or whatever, and then it's tracked through the process of the feedback, which is very labor intensive on Penny's side. The double-edged side of that is things get lost. Not necessarily because of Penny, because of life and things happen. So I guess the question is, and this would be to the staff, if we delay the app, how can we continue forward and still and meet our commitment to the citizens, and that was make sure that they get their concerns addressed without getting dropped? Can that be done?
And is that something we should discuss again on May 3rd or whatever date we're meeting in May? The big day that we're meeting.
I can use the tracking feature on it. Every complaint that comes in through that is assigned a number, an item number, and I can go back and do it. It's just, I think something that you may also need to understand is, and not to make this a discussion at night and not have anything to talk about on the 3rd, but there still is that not unfriendly usability feature on the website that whoever is putting that complaint in has to go in and set up a username and set up an account. It's not just doing it from there, throwing in your email address. You know, there's steps they have to take. And if someone might get frustrated with that, I don't know, but I don't receive it unless they've completed the whole process.
And so we would need to examine ways to simplify that potentially, if it even has the ability.
If it exists. I think the tracking feature, it's probably tied into them setting up an account because it automatically responds back to them. If I were to go in and say, check the option that it's been assigned to maintenance department, you know, they would get if they've request to get updates, because that's another thing, they have to request, do they want to be updated? It would automatically respond back to them.
But I think that's to be expected. Every app that I have on my phone, I have to sign in on. I have to set up an account, and I have to sign in every time. Sometimes there's facial recognition, but it's still
I agree with
signing in.
It takes a little bit of effort.
Yeah.
On the user part.
Yeah. And I don't think that's a big deal.
The last
that
time
means Eric can't go steal my information.
That you know of.
The last time we did an update on the website, we did do something. It was a switch to make it more user-friendly for mobility. However, that was back in, 2015, so I'm sure it's changed since then. Another thing is, one of your comments that you like Palm Coast, I believe they have their own in-house staff who creates their
I'm
website.
sure they do.
They don't use a service. We don't have that capability. You're not willing to pay for it, and I wouldn't expect you to. It's expensive. We don't have the funds and resources and finances that they do, unfortunately. So these are usually government-based companies that do many different cities, counties, all over the country. So they're all very similar. But if you're not happy with the information I've gotten from Civic Plus, we can look at another option. Some of the options they've given me now are between $7,000 and $8,000 to $12,000 and $14,000. However, if you're wanting to go with a whole nother company, you don't like what they're doing, you're looking at $40,000, $50,000.
Other discussion on this?
I think it's a good idea to fix up our website first. And then if that doesn't work better than it has in the past, then we go back to trying to go with a more modern app type feature. But
just to say, last time we did this website changeover, I heard from everyone, oh, I can do a Square site for you for $300. Oh, I'm sure you can, and thank you very much for the offer. However, it doesn't meet requirements that we have. So anybody who's thinking they can help us that way, thank you, but no thank you before you even offer. It's not a small business. It's not even a mid-sized business. It's a government, and it's very different.
Yeah, the accounting, it wouldn't work with the GASB stuff.
All right, further discussion? All right. Let's open this up, public comment. This particular agenda item on the delay of the launch of the YouGov Flagler Beach app. Any members of the public have thoughts on this? Paul Lake, if you can just state your name and address.
Still Paul Lake, still on Flagler Avenue. I hope that the commission and our other folks here will excuse what may be my ignorance about this particular issue. But the little bit that I've been able to get a hold of looks to me like replacing the current website with a new app that may be more user-friendly and all of that sort of thing. So my question is very direct, and that is, if the decision is to go with the new app, will we still have access to all the agendas of all the boards and commissions in the city? And if the answer to that is yes, I want to make sure that we will also have access to all agenda packets. There was a time when it was very difficult for citizens in this city to get a hold of those packets because it just took time. You had to go back time and time and time again. It has gotten better. I have found that there are particular times when we can access that. But it is important to me as a citizen, and I'm sure that it's important to other citizens here, to be able to have the same information that the 5 of you sitting up there have access to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. And we'll get your answer once we're done public comment. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item?
Oh, man. Gary Lynn McDaniel, South Daytona Avenue. I'd like to know why we need the YouGov app if we update the Flagler Beach City app. Why do we need both of them?
We don't have a Flagler Beach City app. The YouGov app?
Not the app, the website.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, so we'll get that answer. Any other comments? All right. Could you please state your name again in the mic?
Gary Lynn McDaniel.
All right. See no further questions, we'll close public comment. Okay. Paul, I brought up, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong on this, so if the app is launched, will you still be able to access all documents? Is that what you said, Paul? Okay.
So what Mr. Ike is speaking about is our Laserfish document management system for long-term, long retention kept documents. And that is a web link. It is its own program, which I will also be talking to you on our meeting on May 3rd, because the platform that I have with them, they're going to stop offering. And of course, you know, the new latest greatest is more money. So, and I assure you, if we move to a different platform with them, I will still have a web link. So, and the issue right now is I am maxed out on the number. The platform I have comes with so many administrative licenses and so many public user licenses. And the level I'm at, I am maxed out on those public user license, which is 8. So what we did is we put a timeout feature on the website. So if someone was inactive for more than 15 minutes, it kicked them out so someone else can get in. But if you're a member of the public and it's Wednesday or the day of the meeting, yes, you're going to have a hard time getting in there because lots of people are accessing it.
But the app itself will not have that functionality. It would just be hyperlinked to the city website.
Correct.
Okay. It would not be a functionality of the app. Okay. And the next question was, why do the app if we have the city website? And am I stating that correctly? Okay. And I think that's kind of where we're all at right now.
You know, when I believe Mr. Whitson was working very hard to make you happy, we told him several times that the capability of the tracking was available on the website. And I think he was so focused on trying to make you happy that maybe he wasn't hearing me.
And there was so many complaints about poor communication, so here was another tool.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not going to work, you know, if nobody's thrilled with it, we don't have to have an app.
I, for one, think a robust and more user-friendly website is definitely a better way to go, especially with browser capabilities on cell phones now. It almost makes apps unneeded because the browsers are so good now. All right. So, Commissioner Spradley.
Yeah, it's same. It's, yeah, I mean, to me, the wish list is to get in a very much improved website.
Yeah.
That will answer so many questions. And I think part of the commentary and discussion about the app is there's kind of a false sense that somehow that will be better, but it's only as good as the website is.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're talking about limited resources, then fix the website.
And if we launch the app, you would end up giving it a 2.
Absolutely. Maybe.
2 maybe?
Yeah.
Further comments, questions? All right, I will look for a motion.
I will make the motion that we delay the development, further implementation of the app, and that we use the remaining funds in the budget to improve the website.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. We'll move on to item 8, which is proof piggyback on a contract between Sumter County and Asphalt Paving Systems, amount not to exceed $107,149.56. Jen, that is a very exact number. Come on up if you can.
Chair, just easier to go back to original numbering system. I think updating the numbers may confuse the public, so I think just use original 7.
So, I have to erase everything on my paper?
Yes, you do.
All right.
At least you're doing it in pencil.
Yeah, original number 7. And you can present from there or here, whichever is easier for you.
Okay. Jennifer Cruz, Public Works Supervisor. Turn this way. We've been working with the same asphalt company since 2017. And I don't believe we did it last year, but the lifespan of the microsurfacing is 8 to 10 years. It's, originally, the cost did not include the stop bars, but it does include the cost because we kind of went through and did some changes and some things in-house to repairs on where they didn't have to. So that saved money on the stop bars. Will now be able to be not done in-house, and they will be installing them for us, thank goodness, because they have much better supplies than we do. It does come with a 3-year warranty. Originally, the stop bars would have costed us $1,500, and now it will not cost anything. I don't know. I think, and I hope that you have all the information or questions you may have about this.
We got a lot of information, but I didn't see anything that was showing us where this project's happening.
I was going to say, I hope so, because I went over this to make sure I had every question would have an answer for.
I have a question for you.
Okay. And I'm new to this too, so I'm just trying to learn about it.
So after it gives the list of where the streets are that the paving's going to be, in the packet, we get an email chain coming through, and it says, "Hi, Chris, I'll take care of the striping in the spot on North Central Avenue." I was curious if that was the area on 9th Street where the road is starting to split.
So that is the intersection of 10th? Yes. So they didn't have equipment to come in and scrape the bad section.
Okay.
Because it's under warranty, and somehow, I don't know if it was just a bad batch, so much traffic coming and going, it just didn't have time to settle. So we kind of did a little scraping. They're going to come in and repave it for free because it's under warranty. Under warranty.
Perfect. Do you see it?
I was going to mention that too.
I just found
Because that was one of my first concerns.
Yeah, my magnifying
Well, I hope
glass,
I
that's
have
why
all
I
your
missed it.
answers, because I'm still trying to learn about this too.
All right.
All right, Commissioner Bellhamer.
As you know, I'm pretty observant.
Yes.
So,
Really?
yeah, really.
That's why I try to come prepared.
We've been doing this
possible.
since Larry brought them in back in 17, as you said.
Yes.
And microsurfacing has served us well. I agree with that. However, we're getting some roads that microsurfacing won't take care of.
We need to have completely repaved.
So, last year, I don't believe we did any.
We did not.
So that got rolled, that stays in that fund for, we have a fund for that, right? That all comes from road taxes and gas tax or something.
I thought it was
So
budgeted.
do we have a plan moving forward to take care of some of these,
That is
more
what I was
dramatically,
going to represent in the new budget for next year. Because
Okay.
there is no plan for that. And we need to have one because there's roads that we cannot microsurface.
exactly?
They need
That's
to
my
be
point.
total repaved.
Uh-huh.
And it's triple the amount of money.
Understood.
To have that done.
So, so how much money, do you have any idea how much money we get each year towards, from that
Originally-
gas tax?
Oh, I just know what it's planned in the budget. Is
Oh,
that
okay,
what you're asking?
okay.
Because that's all I
I
have.
didn't expect you to know for sure.
Okay, I don't get that information.
Now, okay, so maybe you'll bring that to us on our meeting then about proposed, is Moody Lane one of them?
No, that
Is that our road or is that state road?
That is that's DOT. They
what I
actually,
thought.
they pay the city to maintain it. And that's
Okay.
part of the Parks Department maintenance crew. They have to maintain that road for them.
Okay,
That's on our contract with those.
so that would include the pavement,
Includes the pavement, yep.
Okay.
Sidewalk.
although it's a state road.
Yes.
Okay. Well, hopefully that gets on some list somewhere along the way, because that's almost as bad as South Central is in spots.
I agree.
And North
Even,
Central.
there's not even any paint really left on that road.
Yeah, and the stop lines, I remember that being an issue in the past. And instead of including it in with the microsurfacing, Larry, typically it was Larry because it wasn't done last year when Whitson was here, so it would have been Larry. All those, he did it citywide, the stop lines. And
Yes,
a lot of the
he had-
stop lines are worn out,
And it needs to be done again.
so that we need to follow up on that too.
I was
at
going
some
to
point.
address that also in the budget.
So there are my questions. So you'll answer some of them at our other meeting then. Great. Oh, one last one. Lehigh. You got the two side roads on Lehigh. Are they included?
No, sir.
Okay, just curious.
Further discussion on this item? No questions? None for Jen?
I guess I asked all of them, huh?
I didn't have any to start with.
Mayor?
I was hoping to give you enough information to not need to.
Yeah,
ask
I
a lot of
didn't have any questions to start with.
I found your list.
You did?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just need a stronger pair of glasses to read it.
I needed to zoom in on the computer when I had to read it myself.
Okay, we'll open this up, public comment. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Look for motion.
Motion to approve piggybacking with Sumter County for asphalt paving systems in the amount not to exceed $107,149.56. If they come in at 57 cents, we will not do it.
That's a contract violation.
I'll second that.
Nice. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah, Jane had motion, Rick had second. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. And we will move on to item 8, which is an update from Ed Finley, which is River to Sea TPO. Ed, come on up. It's been a while.
Sir.
Good to see you again.
Well, good to be here. Thank you for having me, and thank you for entrusting me to serve as your representative, the city's representative to the Transportation Planning Organization Citizen Advisory Committee. And just to remind us, this is the organization that for most of the two-county region Volusia and Flagler counties is allocating federal resources and other resources for transportation. The decisional body consists of elected officials, and Commissioner Sherman serves on that board. Commissioner Belhumer previously did, and that's the decisional body. I'm serving the city on the CAC, and our neighbor Paul Ike actually serves at your will on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee to the TPO. So it's an important organization. Not only is the organization decisional on the allocation of resources, but in my mind, and maybe particularly for our purposes, it's a hub for talking with people and working with people from FDOT and other organizations. So it's a place to get things done, not only from the official process, but from working with others, as we know from the playground on up throughout our lives, is just as important. So thank you, and thank you for your support for making Flagler Beach safer for everybody, and in particular safer for people to walk and bicycle and use a golf cart. We have opportunities through the TPO, and we in Flagler Beach have an advantage as a traditionally designed small town. So here's some opportunities that I wanted to put forward for you to consider. One, improve the bridge. Two, make our state roads of Moody and A1A safer and more accessible. And three, continue your efforts to manage the other streets, which are most of our streets, which are under your direct control, and make them safer for everybody. Like other historic small towns, our community was intentionally designed to be walkable. We have small blocks, we have mixed land use, we have a grid of streets. That's gold. Wherever you are, you're close to restaurants, to churches, to the beach, fun things to do. That's an advantage because so many people want that today, okay? Families, older people, people who don't have access to a car, people who want to be healthy. It's a tremendous asset we have. We're smart to build on this. Walking, bicycling, using a golf cart, it's good for people's health, it's good for the natural environment, it's really good for businesses. But if we want people to do that, all of our streets have to be welcoming and accessible. So, the bridge, it's a gateway, in some ways the gateway to our community. It tells people who we are. Its design and operation is an opportunity to say, welcome. You're entering a fun and funky place. Slow down, enjoy yourself, park the car and walk around, spend some money. Today, the bridge's design does the opposite. Its design and lighting is similar to that of an interstate ramp. So naturally, drivers go fast. It could be different. With better design, lighting, new features, the bridge could be more attractive. It could encourage drivers to slow down and stay a while. It could be more accessible to people to walk and bicycle in both directions, and one day to use a golf cart. It's all possible. Second suggestion is to make our two state roads, Moody and A1A, safer. And here's the sad fact. There's 384 metropolitan statistical areas in our nation. Ours, the two-county MSA of Flagler and Volusia, is the single most dangerous, according to federal and state data compiled in the 2022 Dangerous by Design report. Regrettably, fatalities in Flagler Beach contributed a proportionate share to this. Jana Zoll, she was only 15, was killed trying to cross A1A. In Gamble's Rogers Park, Tamara Pizzo was killed trying to cross A1A. Cesar Rojas was killed in Flagler Beach walking on Moody Boulevard. And just outside of the city borders, Frederick Martinez was killed bicycling in the bike lane on Moody Boulevard, and Jackie Middleton was killed bicycling on A1A just north of us in Beverly Beach. We know that if we want people to keep alive, if we want to keep people alive, the single best thing to do is slow down traffic. To quote FDOT, speed kills. And to quote FDOT again, communities should support slower speeds. So here we are, we can do that. If you want to see a pretty good example of that, a design that meets modern safety standards, we have that on A1A between South 9th and South 22nd Street. Thanks to FDOT's project from a few years ago, the geometry of the road and the planted median greatly reduces the risks of drivers crashing into each other or into people. Tighter geometry and that raised curb landscape median means you can't easily drive through that part of our community at 40 or 50 miles an hour. It also means that people are much, much more likely to stay alive, whether they're driving or whether they're walking, bicycling, or using a golf cart. Had Jana Zoll, Cesar Rojas, and Tamara Pizzo been trying to cross the street in a place that was designed for drivers to go slow, we know from all the research that it's highly likely they would be alive today. If we want drivers to go slower, research indicates it's much more likely they're going to stop and shop. It also means less competition for parking. So imagine Moody Boulevard as a more traditional small town main street. You can imagine on-street parking, landscaping, proper sidewalks. Imagine people being able to easily cross Moody Boulevard to go, say, for example, the Brew Pub over to Sunbros or to Johnny D's or something, or to the dollar store, making it much more accessible. Imagine A1A as a safe and welcoming traditional beach road where drivers are going slow enough that families can easily go to and from the beach. You shouldn't have to sprint. You shouldn't have to beg. My final suggestion is to continue to think about our non-state streets where most of our blocks are. A big thanks to Chief Downey and staff on this. I know that they've already been looking at managing Central, Flagler, and Daytona Avenues and our other streets to make them safer. Most of these blocks have no sidewalks. The street is a shared space. People walking dogs, kids bicycling, people using golf carts, motor vehicle drivers, we all use the same area. That's okay if, and only if, the traffic is going slow. If the streets tell drivers to go fast, people walking, bicycling, or using a golf cart are at risk. So I hope you will continue to support Chief Downey and staff as they work to make these streets under our control safer and more encouraging for for everyone. And working with FDOT through the TPO or other ways can help with all of these items. And I know that we are at your service in that regard, and thank you for your consideration of all of this, and thanks for making these issues a priority.
All right, thank you, Ed. Questions or comments for Ed while he's up here? Commissioner Sherman.
Actually, I wanted to just commend Ed and Paul both, Mr. Chairman. They represent our city very well on that TPO. And we get reports, and Commissioner Bellhumor may be able to speak to this as well, but you'll see the involvement of citizens in the TPO and the different advisory boards. And I'm really proud to say that we're represented very well on our TPO. And I would really, Mr. Abels and I had a brief discussion about, really pushing forward with a project to get out there. We missed our opportunity in February. They had a call for projects, and, due to, I think, some of the staff turnover and things, we just, kind of slipped through the cracks. However, there will be another opportunity. It'll come around again in February. We kind of had some brief conversations over last summer to try to get moving on some things as far as pedestrians go. That was kind of our gist of what our focus was going to be, is specifically, around the CRA area. But then, Mr. Abels and I briefly spoke about it to look citywide. We were looking at, submitting maybe to work to get a safety study done. I can tell you, seeing firsthand some of the things the TPO is capable of doing. Ed or Paul can probably correct me on this, but if you go down Bevel Road right now, you can see what a TPO grant can do. I work on Bevel Road, and as we speak right now, there's massive pedestrian sidewalks going in on both the east and west side of Bevel by Williamson, and that's gonna run you all the way down to, I want to say it's running you all the way down to US 1, and these sidewalks are wide. You're going to be able to, people are going to easily be able to pass each other. I don't know if the dimensions are big enough for a golf cart, and I don't know what the ordinances are in Daytona Beach, but that's just a prime example. It's going to make it safer. I know people at my work, there's a racetrack on the other side of the road. So now people aren't going to have to play Dodge car there at Williamson and Bevel. It's very dangerous there because it goes from 2 lanes to 1 lane there, heading southbound where the proximity of the racetrack is. Now they're going to have a crosswalk to easily navigate over there if they want to go get a frozen yogurt or ice, whatever they go there for. But, I think it's really, you guys have educated me a lot in my last year being here on the commission, and I just want to commend them, Mr. Chairman.
Go. Any other comments? Commissioner Spradley?
Yeah, I appreciate Ed's commitment and Paul's to this topic. I've talked with Ed once. I think we had a pretty lengthy call about it, and I'm all of these are very important points. And one thing that it sort of has arisen as you talk about the improvement in A1A on the south side of town, and while I agree that median has tended to make it a little safer in my view. It also is kind of odd that in that part of town the highway, which is A1A, the speed there is actually equal or less than the roads within the neighborhoods. And that's created problems. When I drive home, I live off South 23rd, and if there's a convoy of trucks or something heading south, I notice people will then pull into the neighborhood so they can go faster. And so it just creates even a hazard. So these are all excellent points, and I appreciate your looking at them.
Commissioner Valier.
Yeah, I concur on all those. They both do a terrific job and they represent us well. Ed, you and I think a lot alike. I actually spoke with Amy from the TDC the other day at the business meeting about the feasibility of us getting TDC money to put banners on these light poles on the bridge coming into town. And she liked the idea, said that they could use a different bucket of money for doing that. Another thing I was thinking of, Tulford projects has been just put off for, gosh, I don't know how long, at least the last 5 or 6 years. It's just nothing's moved on it. And I think the last thing that was actually done was the gray portion of our boardwalk. If nobody knows, that was done with TDC dollars, or not TDC dollars, but TPO dollars, because that's moving pedestrians. Mm-hmm. And so I might suggest that we really think about this TDC grant when it does come around, what we really want to spend it on. I know there's talk of using it on rebuilding our blue boardwalk, our original boardwalk, but maybe if that's shovel ready enough, that could be a project we could get through the TPO very quickly and be able to use money from the TDC for something else in town. Another thing that we ought to get possibly on the call for projects, because it's a yearly process. They don't have to all be done at once. At some point, we're going to have to reconfigure our intersection down here in front of the police department between 3rd Street and Moody, especially once the hotel comes in and Central Avenue becomes one way. That's going to push a lot of people farther down to come out at the red light. So there's going to be backups at that red light. We're going to need to widen that road and make that turn lane longer. So just a couple of things to think about as we move forward. Another thought on the bridge is that I know our previous city manager, Mr. Whitson, wanted to clean up the bridge, and he made a gallant attempt at doing that. But then I got to thinking, you know, the bridge was built in what, the late 80s?
96.
Oh,
96.
96, okay. Well, okay, it's been that long. But FDOT painted that bridge when they built it. Why shouldn't we ask them to repaint it? Why should it be on us to clean up and paint the Jersey walls on that bridge? So that's something we can find out, ask FDOT or Ormond or Daytona, who's dressed up their bridges, and find a way to make our entry into the city a much more, much nicer for visitors and the residents.
Yeah, but let's also remember, I hate to be the downer here, but the cities in Volusia County have full votes on the TPO. We have a shared vote with all the other small towns. So if Daytona Beach wants to fix up their bridge with the tiles, the pretty dolphins dancing around on the bridge, they get a full vote, if not two. I don't know how many votes they have.
I think you have a misconception there to a degree, because once these call for projects, they're reviewed by the citizens.
Right.
And then voted on by the board.
Right.
In the end. But the citizens have a big part in grading or scoring
James
where they
appears
come
to
in.
have been agreeing with me.
Yeah, it is difficult because, like, I think I've mentioned in previous events, and I was actually going to ask Paul and Ed if you guys are subjected to the Small City Alliance, like when Commissioner Bellhumeur and I have now served on the board, and some of the difficulties and maybe some of the I wouldn't say frustrations, but some of the struggles I've had on that board is we're not, now it's in the Small City Alliance vote now is in Beverly Beach. Last year it was Ponce Inlet, and it rotates. I don't know if you were ever the voting member of the Small City Alliance when you were on the board. And so it does make it difficult. And, I don't know, again, how you and Ed see it, but I do sense sometimes the TPO is Volusia County heavy. And that I even a year ago sent an email to our county commissioner, our mayor, or the mayor of Palm Coast, Mayor Elfin, saying that, and I think, and then Bunnell, I believe I sent an email to all of them asking, like, can we somehow come together as a county collectively and have more of a voice on the TPO because of the way District 5 sits? That didn't really go anywhere. So it is a difficulty, and I think to Commissioner Muley's point, it seems as though a lot is, in favor of Volusia County, rightfully so. I mean, they are the larger county. I mean, they've got multiple county council members serving on the TPO board. It does kind of put us in a difficult situation sometimes, being a part of the TPO board and having such a small presence due to our our size of a community. But I think that, if we can put together a good project for when the call to projects comes, maybe we will have that shot. And I've mentioned before to the board here that Mayor Elfin is now on the executive committee with the TPO, which could be, a little bit of leverage here for Flagler County as a whole. So, I don't know if Ed or Paul has some...
I mean, on this, sure, that is a challenge. We're small. Volusia's big. By the way, we're all small compared to a lot of other jurisdictions. But I would say the even bigger challenge is, what do we want? Okay? We, as far as I know, don't have a lot of marching orders for Paul and I. And I feel that is an even bigger question, is what do we want? And what's the priorities, right? And, I've certainly heard comments, and I know Paul and I will put ideas out there, and sometimes there's head nods, but I really think that's the first thing to do, because then you go to the next. Once you know what you want, then you can start trying to address the challenge. You try to build a coalition through the formal voting process, or as I said, there's lots of other opportunities. One of them is that FDOT does have discretionary funding for a lot of safety projects. And Beverly Beach is accessing those, for example. That's not done through the TPO voting thing. That was,
same with their crosswalk improvements.
Yeah, so things can happen. And as Commissioner Spradley mentioned, we have challenges on the roads that we manage. The city managed streets have these oddities where the design speeds are higher than the state road. And again, since I live near the state road where that wonderful median design is, I mean, I love it. And I would say, let's not dumb that down. Let's make Flagler Central and Daytona Avenues just as safe and just as good. But that's on us. Those are the ones we manage, and Volusia has no say. I mean, that's us. And so yes, it's a challenge, but in my mind, we haven't gotten there yet. Just a couple other comments on your very wise comments. I think, by the way, we may have a citizen or two who may want to make a comment or two. So I know that Chair may want to do that at some point. Just thinking about intersections, keep in mind with intersections, there's this trade-off between the ease with which cars can get through it and how big it is versus the safety for people who are walking and even the safety of drivers. The bigger you make an intersection, the more lanes, the wider, the more open, the greater the risk of crashes. And so for us, and particularly in our central area, we need to think very carefully, and obviously in coordination with FDOT, to that trade-off. And so tighter geometry, lower speeds, tend to keep sharper curb corners, intersection corners. That's what keeps the speeds down and keeps everybody alive, whether you're in a car or not. And so that's just sort of the trade-off. Further west, our neighbor to the west, you may see those big intersections. And they may function well for high-speed traffic, but it may not function well for, family walking to and from the beach. So that's something to think about as we're looking at Moody and A1A and others. And bridges, yeah. I mean, again, if we had a vision for the bridge, there's any number of ways to implement it. And, the first thing would potentially be to say, what's your goals with the bridge? Do you want people to go slow? Do you want to signal beauty? Do you want to signal historical relevance? Do you want to, what sort of things do you want to signal? And then, as you mentioned, close by, but also around the state, there's lots of wonderful, bridges can be objects of beauty and wonder in addition to being functional. And like I said, inducing drivers and other people to do things you want them to do, namely slow down, stop, and have some fun.
Yeah, if I could just comment.
Well, hold on. Let's start moving this along. So do we have any questions for Ed while he's up here?
I wanted to say something too, Ed.
Okay, you have something for Ed. All right, go ahead. Because I want to get his part wrapped up so then we can talk.
Well, years ago, we had what was called the charrette, and then we had a downtown master plan. And the pictures in there and the design of Moody are very much like what you describe as being good, where traffic calming, narrower road, sidewalks further out.
Maybe on-street parking.
Yeah, there was some indentations for on-street parking. I don't know if you've ever seen that master plan. It's got to be
I'm
somewhere.
aware of it, yeah.
I have it all electronic.
Okay.
Paper, electric.
Okay, so you might want to take a look at that. I mean, it was, I don't know, probably around 2008 or so, like that, 2009 maybe.
Yeah, and if that didn't come around then, the world is changing. FDOT and other DOTs around the country are much more amenable to those sorts of things than in previous decades. The tide has shifted, and so if it didn't take hold back then, it might be worth dusting it off and maybe updating it and having another, cooperative go with FDOT, because they're doing things that didn't happen in previous decades, and in a good sort of way.
Yeah.
It was earlier than that, Jane, because it was incorporated into the LDC rewrite, which was done in 2007-8.
That's true. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Ed while he's up here? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have some discussion points. First thing is this is something that the city manager, you and I talked about before, is we have these folks that serve on these boards, and there's all these calls for projects, and it's stagnant. There's nothing happening. We're not getting on the call to projects. So we need your help in guidance in getting the stuff that we talk about here to actually start getting in the pipeline. And you indicated you had experience with that in helping expedite that process?
Part of what I'm going to present on the 3rd is a partial solution to that, because I think one of the things that you have right now at a staff level is the issues that's been presented to the city and the various grant sources as well as needs has been absolutely overwhelming. I think we need to look at a way of bringing in an additional staffing resource through contract possibly that can help, mentioning the TDC, contacting some of these other funding sources and collect the information and be able to actually concentrate on the grants necessary for the funding sources. To give you an example, sand fencing has been one of your key issues. Well, we're trying to come together with the $200,000 that's necessary to plug the funding gap we have there. And the way we had to get to the grant resource was call on Katie again, and that's not part of her normal function, but we had to find a resource to be able to do that. One of the things I'm going to try to do for you before I leave is to come up with a plan that you, meaning the city, can have in order to access various funding sources. That's part of my budget narrative to you. So I am conceptualizing that now and hope to have a plan to you.
And it sounds like pieces of the TPO discussion is getting incorporated into the May 3rd meeting?
A little broader than that. I mean, that would be part of it. I'm not going to specifically say that, but it's funding sources in general and research for funding sources, because that's as important as actually going out and finding them, is doing the research and the knowledge to know where to go. And right now, staff is doing, I think, an outstanding job. I'm saying that very honestly to you, in trying to keep everything balanced and keep it moving. But you've got a city that has been absolutely, as you know this, overwhelmed with environmental issues, of which grant sources have come from all types of different federal and state agencies to address those issues. And I believe your staff has done about as good a job as you could possibly ever expect. The question is, how do you expand that resource base at staff to go after grants and funding sources that you have not been able to get to in the past? Right now, I honestly can tell you that your staff is stretched absolutely as far as you can stretch them. They're not going to be able to go any further, and that's why we're missing. We have missed grants in the past, and I think you have recognized that we have. And then really the reason that I've identified that you're missing some of these is because you don't have the internal administrative staff in place to do some things that need to be done. And I'm going to try to address that. That's one of the tasks that I have.
So as far as the answer that was asked, the question that was asked,
I didn't address it. I went in a different direction.
Well, not really, but we owe the folks going to these meetings the answer of what do we want, and we've never supplied that as a commission. And can we all agree on that? And so I guess it's more of a request is during this May meeting, can we get at least a rough idea of some type of orders we can give, some marching orders or concepts of what do we want from TPO and these groups? Does that make sense?
And I think you can, and that's part of what I would presume the discussion you're going to have. And I would follow up a little bit because, we did delay this year's strategic planning process based upon bringing in a new city manager and incorporating the new city manager in your planning process. And that would really be, I think, a continuation of what you're going to do on the 3rd. The 3rd, you'll have the discussion, but you'll really develop and enlarge that into a 5-year plan when you have a strategic planning session with your new city manager, whoever he or she you choose.
You're coming back next year for strategic planning, right?
No, he's just not leaving.
I was thinking he was going to come back for the last 6 months of the year.
All right, well, I guess if we could just incorporate some of that request of what do we want as into that meeting so we can at least push that
That's the
forward.
meeting on the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay.
Are you all okay with that whole idea?
Yeah.
Okay.
Long overdue.
Right. So any other discussion on TPO? We will get to it. Just relax. All right. So we have no other discussion. All right. We will open this up for public comment.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Richard Hamilton. Can you hear me okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've lived for 20 years a few miles north of Flagler Beach, but I regard Flagler Beach as my local hometown. I enjoy patronizing its restaurants and businesses. I love the relaxed, casual atmosphere and its family-friendly events. And I want to help in any way I can, though I recognize I can only make helpful suggestions. I cannot make or influence the decisions that are yours to make for you and your citizens. My primary tonight...
Did we get your name and address? Yes. Okay.
Okay. My primary interest tonight was to come and support Ed and in his efforts on safety and mobility. I'd hoped then to get off to a meeting with the Florida Navigation District and their outreach, but this is more important to me, I think, getting some comments here. I represent Scenic A1A, the Flagler County Scenic Pride, on the Flagler County Traffic Safety Team, and share ideas regularly with Ed on safety issues for the A1A, Route 100, and other roads. I'm also a member or a strong supporter of the Scenic A1A All-American Road, the River to Sea Sun Trail Loop, the East Coast Greenway, and the Flagler County Heritage Byways, all of which converge on Flagler Beach. I know opinions in Flagler Beach sometimes think that's a bad thing, sometimes it's a good thing. Personally, I view that if it's properly managed and envisioned, that it can only be of benefit to all the residents of Flagler Beach and Flagler County. Now, in addition to anything that and all that Mr. Findlay's put forward to you, I'd like to be able to send you some backup. I can't cover everything in the time we have available, but there's 4 other particular issues that I'd like to raise with you. One is the concept that Flagler Beach should apply for and be designated as a state trail town. There is a state-organized, designated trail town program. You would be the only one between Volano Beach and Titusville on the coast, and I think it would be superb for Flagler Beach to be designated as a trail town. And I've got some leaflets, I'll pass it out. There's a whole lot more I can send you. But it would support your efforts not only in what you want to do for the vision and the city and the beauty of the city, but also in economic development and the vitality as well. Secondly, I would like to send you material, excuse me, on...
We'll have to speed it up.
Okay, on trying to get a better way for cyclists to get through Flagler Beach. The A1A and the trails and the sidewalks between North 10th and South 10th, even South 22nd, are not safe, and we need to find some alternatives. One alternative that I think you should consider is moving traffic from 10th down to Flagler Avenue and then back through the Wick Line and back down again. That's possible. There are other alternatives you might want to consider. I think we need a designated trailhead facility, and that could be Betty Steflik, it could be the Wadsworth Park, it could be something else, but we need to have that where people can come, park, and walk into town or walk around town. And finally, we've talked about renovating Moody Boulevard and coming back with its concept that the charrette, I think it was 2004, had of a more boulevard, multi-use walking trails rather than the paved parking lot.
So is that another 3 minutes?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I have 30 seconds, or I've used
Well,
it?
no,
Sorry.
you're way over. You got to wrap up.
None of these involve huge sums of money. If I work with you and your staff, we can probably identify, and I can help you identify some of these sources. But what it does need is your buy-in as a commission, as a CRA, and as citizens to come up with what is your plan and your vision that we can then execute.
Okay. And
so with that,
can you send all your backup to Penny so she can distribute it?
I will send it to Penny. I'll hand her these leaflets now
Okay.
that you can pass around.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay. Any other public comment? Paul Lake.
Good evening, everybody. Paul Lake, Flagler Avenue. Just a quick note to, as you're going through your deliberations, that the CAC, the BPAC, where you have sent me, and I've been very happy to represent the city there for a number of years now, really are advisory committees. However, within the TPO structure, the TPO board does tend to listen very, very carefully to the recommendations that its subcommittees make. And I did want to let you know that in the time that I have served on the BPAC committee, the other members of that subcommittee have been very, very open to any thoughts or ideas or applications that were made from Flagler County, particularly at one time from Flagler Beach and from Palm Coast as well. So that's something that I thought was important for you to realize. At the same time, to let everyone know that we are dealing with federal funds. We are dealing with federal restrictions, if you will. We have to play the way that they set it up for us. And what that basically comes down to is time. So if there's an idea that any of the commissioners have that the TPO might possibly be able to help with, I would highly recommend that you move forward with making application, because it's going to be next year or perhaps the year after before we actually start to see results. Every small town in the district that we represent has gone through that same thing of understanding that, yeah, it's a good idea, it's supported, but it will take time to accomplish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. And we got some good suggestions. Any further discussion or responses to the public comment? No. Okay, there's no action needed on this particular item. City Manager, do you have any comments for us or anything before we wrap up? Okay. All right, thank you, Ed, Paul, everybody, and you're going to get us our backup, so I appreciate it. We'll move on to receive recommendation and results from the evaluation team on recruitment of a new city manager and interim city manager you're presenting.
We have with us today a representative of our recommendation.
Is your mic on?
We had a staff committee as well as Commissioner Cooley was served on a committee with staff, and we reviewed 3 proposals that we received. The ranking, we used criteria in determining how we would rank the three proposals, and the proposals were decided upon by unanimous decision of the committee that we recommended Colin Basinger and Associates as the executive search firm to help the city commission recruit and make a decision on selecting the next city manager. We have with us today a representative, I think, I can't see, yeah, we do. And they could answer any questions that the commission may choose. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that is a recommendation that came from the committee to the city commission.
Okay, questions for the city manager before we bring the gentleman up? All right, y'all want to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about yourselves? Kim, please state your name for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Ron Williams on behalf of Colin Benzinger and Associates. We're honored to be here. Thank you for a favorable consideration of our proposal. As many of you probably know, Colin Benzinger and Associates has been the ultimate, I would say, the preeminent recruiting firm, public sector recruiting firm around the state and quite frankly around the country for a long time. We believe that we can bring applicants to this wonderful city that you would consider for the long term, and that's really our thought process, that we would bring in applicants that you could make a decision on that would be with you multi-year and continue to grow the city. I'm fortunate to have sat here and been able to listen to some of the issues. Having been a city manager myself at more than one location, I certainly recognize what you're facing, and I look forward to being a part of the solution process. Mr. Benzinger obviously will be your lead. I will be in support. We will be here as you need us. We provided with you a projected project schedule. We believe we can adhere to it. We believe that we can find the candidates out there with our pool of knowledge of who's in the market and who's available and who's not. We believe that we can bring in a number of applicants that will meet your need. So we just look forward to working through the process with you and providing a good match to your city.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments for our representative?
I just found this very interesting. Before I received this, I read the whole thing on my phone, and it was a little small. Before I read the recommendation, and I came up with the same recommendation for the same reasons that were described here. So,
thank you, Commissioner.
Committee did a good job.
All right. Any other comments?
I told the city manager the same thing yesterday. I actually got a paper version, so I got to go through it. But yeah, I came to the same conclusion, and congrats to really looking forward to not making a mistake like we did in the past. So it looks like you're anticipating getting this over with pretty quickly.
Well, we've laid out what we believe is a reasonable schedule. I think it's approximately 90 days. Of course, we want to move it along, and it's it's an interactive process, obviously, with your involvement. But we commit ourselves to the dates. We believe that we believe they're reasonable, and I would add that we believe that if you're looking for a long-term relationship with the manager, and that manager obviously wants a long-term relationship, we think it's important to take the time and be a bit deliberate in terms of the review process, and we're certainly committed to that effort.
So I'm looking at your proposed schedule, and it starts tomorrow.
We want.
So does that mean we're all going to meet with somebody tomorrow?
That's because the city manager wanted us to get started. No, we do believe that with the commission's authorization, we'll begin to put ourselves in place, and we'll be available to begin the meeting process, obviously, quickly thereafter.
So will these be one-on-one conversations or
well, yes, we believe that both are necessary. It's important that we get a feel for what the commissioner, both collectively and individually, see in this role. That helps us begin to develop, obviously, the recruitment package in itself. And then as we begin to screen and recommend potential candidates, that is applicants, we take a lot of that in consideration. So we do believe that the interactive process between individual commissioners and collectively is very important to process. Often, very often, relationships are key to the successful relationship, long-term relationship.
We may have learned over time as well, and things specific to our town as opposed to any others. So I think it's important that we get that done.
Yeah,
quickly.
I haven't been a manager myself.
I'll talk to you tomorrow if you want. But anyway.
Yeah, listen, please, you have my card, and I will be available to the city.
So is that something that you'll set up with us?
Yes, we will.
You'll get with us and schedule.
We absolutely will. We'll work with Mike's office, and of course, Penny has been most helpful so far, and begin to get the process going with commission approval.
Commissioner Spradley.
Thank you. And I don't have so much a question as a comment. And there were 4 criteria that are important to me, and I was impressed with Colin Basinger, how it falls in line with those criteria. One is the time commitment. You know, you're expecting to have the search completed by the 1st of August, which is very important. The experience and the reputation that your firm has, the recommendations that come from cities local to us are all very good, very strong recommendations. But also I really like the warranty. That if the candidate or the hire leaves for any reason other than an act of God, within a year, you'll repeat the search.
Thank you for adding that in there, because some of that we can't control.
Yeah.
But yeah, we believe that. We believe that our review
That was
process
unique. I've never seen that before.
So that was, all of those things factored together make me align with this, the recommendation of your firm, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
I just have one. Are these dates set in stone?
No.
Okay.
They'd be starting tomorrow then.
There are variables, things happen, but we do plan to stick as closely.
Yeah,
and as I said, it's interactive, so we will obviously continue to have feedback with the commission as we proceed.
All right. Any other comments?
I just think you learned a lot about our city tonight.
I did. And having been a part of government a long time, I certainly appreciate the issues, and we want to find the right applicant to be able to address those going forward for the long term. That's an important issue.
He was taking notes in the back. They are crazy.
Well, I haven't sat with Mike since I've sat there and made those notes to myself on those occasions.
We're not unique in our craziness.
All right, well, I appreciate your presentation. You can have a seat, and we'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? None? All right, we'll close public comment. And I would look for a motion on acceptance of this recommendation. Is that the proper verbiage, Drew?
I would actually move to approve
the contract.
Move to approve not approving contract, move to, exactly as it is on the agenda. Sorry, I'm tongue-tied.
Yeah, your mic on.
Sorry, don't have that either. To authorize city manager and city attorney to negotiate contractor services
I'll make that motion.
I'll second what he said.
Penny's been typing away, so I know she got it.
All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, we're looking forward to big things, so thank you. All right, next item we have is consideration and decision on cost-benefit recommendation for fishing pier bait shop, and that is city manager.
Can we take a break after this? But that's a long one.
Commission, you instructed staff to perform a cost-benefit analysis.
Catch your mic.
Excuse me, I have to keep my finger on that. But you instructed staff to perform a cost-benefit analysis on the bait shop at the fishing pier. That was done, and the conclusion that I found in doing that cost-benefit analysis was over a period of 4 years, plus this year being roughly 4.5 years, the bait shop really has not turned a profit. And what is going to occur now that the pier is closed, it's the drain on resources that will be at the bait shop is going to get increasingly worse. And remember that the pier is going to be closed, at least the estimate today is through 2025, at some point, 2025. So the question then became, do you want to continue the revenue drain that you have on the bait shop when one of the primary reasons for it is no longer there, meaning that the pier's closed and will remain closed for approximately 1.5 years, if not more. So the conclusion that I reached was that based upon what the bait shop's mission is and the revenue loss that you have with the bait shop, that the best alternative is to close the bait shop. And then the question then becomes, then what? So two options really is that you could close the bait shop and just leave it closed. The second option, until, let me qualify that, until such time as the pier reopens, and then you could either start the bait shop again or do an RFP and have a private sector run the bait shop or other organization run the bait shop. Or this other alternative is to close the bait shop now and to go through an RFP process and find out if there's a private sector interest in running the bait shop, in starting another business at the bait shop, which would generate revenue back to the city through rental fees and other fees. The one qualifier that I would make is that whatever happens at the bait shop through the private sector, the city needs to make a qualifier on that, is that the private business that would go into where the bait shop is now would have to take responsibility for collecting consumer fees, customer fees for people that would visit the pier when the pier reopens. So there would be qualifiers you'd have to put in the RFP process, but it could be a revenue source for the city now, if you have a private sector business that's interested in coming into the bait shop. So that's a recommendation. The recommendation is that based upon the revenue stream that is currently operating through the bait shop, that and the drain in the city's general fund, that we close the bait shop effective June 1st. And that you go to an RFP process, and the RFP process would ask for alternative uses through the private sector for that facility, and a revenue stream back to the city with whatever private sector business being the gatekeeper for the pier when the pier reopens. Now let me address with that recommendation, we have 1 full-time employee and 5 part-time employees. The recommendation is what we would do is if we had the position that the person that is currently the full-time employee would be offered that position, they would have to take the salary range of the position of which they would accept. And we need to do that for an equity position viewpoint, because if you do not have that person assume the new salary range and the salary of whatever position they would go into, you would set up inequities of which we are experiencing now that we're trying to resolve in the city, and that's compensation, people being paid out of their current compensation schedule. So that's why you would have to do that. We've already made contact with a full-time employee and provided that offer, so the manager of the bait shop is aware of what possibilities are there. With the part-time employees, we don't have any part-time positions at this point, so I can't really say that the opportunities are there. But that's my recommendation to you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, discussion.
You don't have anything to say? You're the one that's talking about this.
Commissioner Spradley wanted to talk first.
You know, sometimes hard decisions have to be made. And, you know, I know that when discussion of either closing the bait shop temporarily or permanently until the new pier is in place comes with heartburn for some, usually what I hear is, yeah, but we still have people coming to buy it. We still have people coming to buy bait and so forth. These numbers that we're looking at offer a stark contrast in how much traffic there is over there. I mean, if you look at how much revenue or how much the loss has been to date, $23,000 to date, compared to last year, when for the whole year is $87,000. But look at the revenue. Last year there was $143,000 in revenue, and this year's been $7,000 revenue. So it's not being used. And so to me, if you're going to be fiscally responsible, then it just seems like it screams for one of those two choices, which is either to close it until the pier reopens, or to privatize it, you know, put out RFPs. But it seems like to me, it seems like it has to be one of those two choices. Thanks.
I would just, I'm sorry.
So, I mean, and I'll take responsibility for this. I don't want to drag this out or add drama to this, but I read a post on social media that was, I think, taken down, and there were some accusations made about the chairman spearheading this, and I'll fall on the sword for this for anybody on this board. I brought this up, and this is my, you know, not that, you know, we're all going to vote on this, but I don't want anybody making accusations about others on the board here. I know they have freedom of speech and things, but, you know, if anybody has a problem with, you know, me bringing this up, this was the facts are the facts, and the numbers are the numbers. What we see here is, as Commissioner Spradley has mentioned, this is an emotional decision. This is just something that we, as elected officials that are put here, we have to be fiscally responsible with our taxpayers' money. And I think the options you brought forth to us, Mr. Abels, are fantastic. And yeah, that's all I have to say on that matter.
Well, and I appreciate that, but we as a body agreed to look at this. And so there's no one, you know, social media will finger point, but we as a body agreed to do this.
Hey, social media.
Yes.
Yeah, we did get Penny provided us with an email that was sent, you know, addressed to us, I guess. And I'd just like to address the enterprise fund concept, because it was saying this gentleman seems to think that it's okay to lose money. And when we set up an enterprise fund like the pier, like any other enterprise fund, it has to be self-sustaining. And we can't keep moving money from the general fund into that. So if you could address that maybe a little bit better than I did.
Well, there is a correlation drawn between the bait shop and, say, a library, and you can't do that.
And saying, and what? Oh, in the library?
Right. And they're apples and oranges.
Well,
Yeah, the library is part of the general fund.
Correct.
This is not.
How they operate are completely different.
The concept of an enterprise fund is the government stepping into more of the business realm, unlike the library, where it is a pure public service. When you set up an enterprise fund, you are doing that specifically to operate that aspect of something as a business. And like a business, the expectation when you set it up is that it's going to make a profit, not be a loss that you accept in public service, your public service budget. You're expecting that with public service. With enterprise fund, the idea is, yes, it's going to make a profit because you are operating in a business capacity with that enterprise fund.
Thank you.
Not supported by your ad valorem taxes.
Correct. Commissioner Bellinger.
Yeah, when we get down to the options, I don't know about bringing private company in and starting something up, because I think we could go back to what we had, but this would give us a chance to renovate that space during the time that the pier is being worked on as well, and make it a nicer place to visit, and maybe shift the thought process of what they're selling in there too, and turn it into more of a little bit more of a souvenir shop, along with a bait shop. But I don't know that I like the idea of putting out an RFP to turn it into whatever somebody visions.
If we just left it empty for, let's say, 2 years, we still have to pay insurance on it. It's part of the structure, the pier structure, that we still would have to pay insurance on, correct?
On the facility where the bait shop is, yes.
Yeah.
But you may have to do
So
that
it might be better to, if we could, get somebody in there that would pay some money.
You may,
That would help.
I said you may have to do that anyway, depending on how the RFP is structured and the lease will be structured. You may have to pay insurance for it as part
But
of
at
the
least
deal.
we'd have some income to
Yeah.
offset.
Well, that's hard to suppose when we've got $7,000 worth of revenue all year so far. What's somebody else going to be able to do with it, other than turn it into something else? And then maybe we won't have a bait shop when the pier reopens. That's my concern.
Well, and you don't have to accept our RFPs. Like, let's say you have 15 RFPs that are presented. We don't have to accept any of them.
Okay.
They're for consideration.
Okay.
The issue I have with RFPs is the pier, we'll call it the bait shop, that is there now is going to be a very different environment when the pier is being demoed, which will then be a very different environment when the pier is being built, which will then be a very different environment when the pier is finished. And during all of that, it is volatile to have one tenant in there, because you have a lot of potential issues that you're facing with all of those things. And the dynamic is going to be completely different. And what we would be looking for would also be completely different. And, we might be looking for somebody right now just to give us some income to, to James' point, to help pay for insurance. And they would be in there. But when the pier is done, that fit might not be good anymore.
2-year lease.
Right, you can do year by year. There's a lot of different things. So doing an RFP request is just gathering considerations, and we don't have to accept any of them. So there's no harm, no foul with that. But the other side of that coin is we would have to be very careful about the direction of where we want the pier to go. What do we want that area of the pier to function as? What is the long-term vision? This would be another May 3rd discussion. This meeting's going to be, this is not a 5 o'clock meeting, apparently. This is going to be another midnight or something.
Jane, you're going to have to get up at 7 a.m. and start.
But
I will not be here before 9 and make any sense. I'm sorry.
So we have multiple pieces of this discussion that would need answered. Number one, is there an acceptance of recommendation to close the Pier Bait Shop? That would be the first one. And then the next question would be, do we want to have a consideration for RFPs? And if so, do we want to do it now, or do we want to do it sometime in the future, maybe after a strategic meeting or something like that? So that's kind of, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's kind of what I'm reading here with these options. So do we have any discussion on that?
I have something. There's a line on the last paragraph. It says, considered that the pier will be under demolition during the summer of 2024, likely resulting in the bait shop being forced to close for some period of time of the demolition. My concern is if we have a tenant in there, what that's going to do back to us. And at that point in time, are we better off close the bait shop, take on the small expense of the insurance? We have the radio station there. We still use the A-frame. It's still historic for the city, and wait until after 2024 and then come back and decide after the demo of the existing pier would be my suggestion.
Okay. Any other discussion on that?
I think we ought to follow up with more conversation as to what this could be, but I just don't think it's going to turn out well. I'd really like to see it go back to being something similar to what it is now, and if we offer it off to somebody else that changes what it is, then it's going to change the whole ambiance of going out on the pier.
Well, like I said, we could just do it for 2 years, and then when the pier reopens, we go back.
Or we could spend that time turning it into something a little nicer of our own to open along with the pier.
Spending city money when we're not having an income on the place. But anyway, I could see somebody who's just starting up a business, much like the co-worker places,
Office divvy?
Yeah, like an office divvy, but that somebody might want a small space for a short period of time. It might not be a bait shop, may not have anything to do with the beach. It just might be a place to open a business, get successful, and move on to something. It's just a thought I had. So there's no harm. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's no harm. You kind of said it too. There's no harm in putting out an RFP. If we don't like any of them, we don't like any of them. If we don't get any, then there's no problem.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yes, I just had a question too. I think the mayor was onto a good point, and I'm kind of on the fence on how to go about it as far as what do we put in that bait shop during that time. I guess that's a question for the city attorney is legally how would we draft up a contract?
You have to structure the lease that basically we can shut you down and you don't have any recourse against the city, which is going to make it difficult to find a tenant that's going to want to take that deal.
Got it. All right, thank you.
If well, and there's also other parties other than businesses per se that might have interest in that space. Our own county tourism might have interest, because there was if y'all remember about 6 months ago, there was that phenomenal presentation about all the ideas about the pier.
Right.
And so that, there's that. If I was to have a suggestion, I would say we would need to come to a consensus on to close or keep open the bait shop. And if this is just only me speaking, my suggestion would be to just wait altogether on an RFP till a minimum, till we get past our May 3rd meeting at a minimum, until we have a direction of where we want to go as a city with the budgeting and just our collective visions, and we can kind of talk about that more strategically if I was to have a suggestion on it. Commissioner Shirley.
That's exactly my thinking. To me, it seems the task before us tonight is to make the thumbs up or thumbs down on the current operations. And then these other options can be and should be considered and discussed at May 3rd and after.
Other thoughts?
All right, we now into May 4th.
Yeah, you are not lying.
I'll be third on that.
Let's open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this particular agenda item? Come on up, Paul Ike.
All right, Flagler Beach. Love my place here. I was just curious in the conversation that was going on, and I think the mayor may have touched on it, is that the city does have, besides the bait shop, another tenant. Has anyone approached the radio station to see if there was any interest on his part in expanding the size of his business, which could then give you an opportunity to look at how to do whatever remaining space is there? I have no idea. I was just curious.
All right,
Thank you.
we'll get that answer for you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. City manager, I don't want to answer for you.
No.
Okay.
There's not been.
Right, because that would, in essence, be another RFP.
Yes.
Basically.
It'd be an unsolicited
Then if we wanted to go back to
Unauthorized
a bait shop,
solicitation.
then Vern would have to revert back to his closet.
Sorry.
So we're going to put Vern back in the closet. With that, I'm going to move on.
Please.
Further discussion.
I'll make a motion that we agree to close the bait shop.
Second motion.
You want to put an effective date on that?
June 1st. June 1st.
What were you thinking? June 1st, as of June 1st.
Second is amended. Okay. So we have a motion and a second is amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous.
And I make a motion that we discuss future operations during our May 3rd, 4th meeting.
We're now at 9 o'clock. And that's not the start time. All right, so we have a request to do a quick break. So let's see, time check. Do y'all want to resume at?
She made that a motion. I had recorded it as a consensus before.
Yeah, we do have a motion on the table.
I'll second the motion.
Well, so this motion is just a discussion for May 3rd. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimous. Are you all okay with resuming at quarter of?
Yep. Good.
All right. You're on recess?
Turn your mics off.
You're good, Penny? All right, we're rolling. We are back from recess. So we have item 12, ordinance 2023-01. Drew?
Ordinance number 2023-01, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending the Flagler Beach Land Development Regulations to create a new Article 9 relating to engineering, design, and development, creating provisions for development review submittal, platting, construction and inspection requirements, and stormwater management requirements, providing for severability, providing for codification, conflicts, and an effective date.
All right, and City Manager, are you taking us through this one?
No.
The changes, or?
Lee is.
Oh, Lee. Lee, welcome back. All right, Lee, if you can take us through this one.
Sorry. We need to do this because of our commitment to the MS4 program. We all know what that is. It's a municipal separate stormwater system. And we had inserted some language into the proposed new Chapter 8 in the Land Development Code. However, the language was fine for the folks at MS4, and this is up at the state, of course, FDEP, but they wanted to see this as a separate ordinance. And specifically, this ordinance covers things that are excerpt from the Land Development Code, but it also inserted language in two areas that we really had not addressed very well in the Land Development Code, one of which was illicit dumping, illicit discharge. I thank you all for last year allowing me to hire Joyce. God bless her. She is doing a wonderful job handling the MS4 program. She knows that program very well because she did it in Maryland. But she's also taken over the CRS program, and those two kind of meld together. Some of the things you do for the MS4 program, you get credits for in the CRS program. So they intertwine with each other. Quite frankly, for the past 2 years, the burden of those two programs kind of fell on me because there was nobody else to do it. And I just didn't have the time. They are full-time jobs in and of themselves. And what Joyce has been doing in her brief time here so far has just been wonderful. I mean, she's taken these programs and run with them. So the last big issue that they had with our recertification of our permit, our license, was this issue. So this is something we just needed to do as a result of what FDEM has, asked us to, demanded us to do if we want to keep our MS4 permit in effect. So that's it in a nutshell. And the only two real big changes were the insertion of the illicit discharge language and also language that dealt with site maintenance. And we really have not treated that very well over the past. So these are construction sites, making sure that they do not illegally discharge fluids and garbage and so forth into, construction debris into the municipal source systems. So that's what this is all about.
I was just going to add, or maybe ask Lee the question. It's been my experience in working on the discharge ordinances for other jurisdictions that what FDEM says goes in these, and they say put it in there, we put it in the ordinance.
Yeah, you don't have an option, really. Well, the option is you lose your permit or get fined at best. So
Did you have something, Penny?
Just that 3 of you had briefly seen these regulations at the joint workshop meeting between the Power Board and the Commission when you were reviewing the Land Development Code changes. The section that they gave you, when they gave you that, had more in it. It was a revamp of Section 8. I didn't really have the time to go through and see what was strike through and what was new in some of those sections that were with that. So I just deleted them from this. This is all new language and creating a new Section 9 in our current land development regulations. Also, I did send it over to Anna Maria at the Flagler Home Builders Association, and Lee had already reviewed this with them last year.
I did, and I did
No
go.
qualms.
I did go over there and talk to them.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, today, didn't you have a meeting with them?
It was yesterday.
Oh, yesterday, so, I mean, they're not here, you know, they'd be jumping up and down. And this will go back to PAR Board. It has, since it is an amendment to the land development regulations, PAR Board does have to review it, so it will go back to them if you approve it on first reading, and then it will come back to you probably the end of May, depending on advertising times.
All right, Commissioner Bellheimer.
To follow up on what Penny was just saying, what we reviewed in the Land Development Code workshop did include the elevations and driveways and swales and so forth that you removed apparently at some point.
I did.
So this ordinance will definitely require an update when the Land Development Code finally reaches that point.
Right.
Just making that, and it's been 1 year and 5 months since we talked about it.
It was,
but we
and
finally get it done.
This got brought up at our staff meeting last Wednesday, not this Wednesday, yesterday, the week before. So I had that short amount of time to get an agenda item for you that day, the title, and that's when I'm like, I'm just sweeping this out. I don't have time to go through and see what's changing. I just want the new language.
I did have a bit of a conversation with Lee, and I had a couple of questions for him along the way. And I asked him what a land use administrator was, and he had no real answer for that. So is that a new job title that we don't?
It's an assigned,
have?
it's an assigned, it's not a job title, it's an assignment, it's a designation. Somebody in staff will be designated land use administrator. That's part of the process. They want somebody who's in charge of the program. So it's the title of the person who's in charge of the review for this specific program. But in some cities it may be a city manager, some cities it may be a planning director, some cities it may be chief engineer. And one city I represent, it's the mayor, because the mayor is the chief executive in that city. So it's a designation.
Could we change that to city manager or designate or designate?
FDM wants that language. One of your neighboring cities is going through that issue right now where they're having to go and make that specific change because they want that terminology.
Okay.
Okay.
Just going to say, I highlighted those actually because I didn't know who that individual was, but
it will be a designation.
Surprise,
somebody will be designated.
It's you.
Oh yeah.
All right, what else you got, Commissioner Bellheimer?
There's areas of this I don't totally understand because it references, where the heck was it? It references subdivisions. So I don't know how much, it's 9.0202 subdivision design standards.
What line are you on?
114.
I'm sorry?
114.
114.
So then you get into line 135, and it's getting into easements. So is that easements within subdivisions, or does subdivisions only cover those few lines and the rest is citywide? And then it goes back and references it again later in here. So I don't know.
Most of that language is the subdivision process, Commissioner. So it would be new subdivisions. When you have new subdivisions that are coming in, these are part of the review of that subdivision process, is looking at those easements. Because yes, there's language in here that definitely would not apply to existing easements, because you can't go out and reconfigure them. But when you're looking at how they're configured going forward, that's what these are. So you're seeing that subdivision, it doesn't mean existing subdivisions, it means the subdivision. It's really talking about the subdivision process.
Right, it's under the section plating requirements.
So if we're trying to, the reason I mention that is if we're trying to just minimize runoff and stuff, then that includes everybody, not subdivisions only. So I just wanted to make sure that it covered.
But subdivision doesn't necessarily mean a designate, doesn't mean like an HOA, it doesn't mean a named subdivision. It literally means, in this context, the subdivision of land. So if I have big 50-acre parcel, I'm going to turn it into 25 2-acre parcels. That's a subdivision, whether or not it's a named subdivision.
Subdivided land.
Correct.
Basically.
Okay. So we do.
The process of subdivision.
We do kind of have named areas in the city. So okay, so that's what that means by subdivision.
Yes, by using subdivision, it is not singling out named subdivisions. It's the process of subdividing land.
Okay. And let's see. That's it for now.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
All right, so I'll try to keep mine, go through this strategically here. So I guess my first question for you is on, refers to line 90 and 91 regarding the 25-year stormwater elevation and top of bank elevations. I know this is dealing with swales, berms, et cetera. Now, if we were to modify I think Mr. Abels and I briefly spoke about this a little bit when we met earlier this week. Would we have to adjust the LDR as well if we were to say we wanted to set it to like a 50-year elevation on, because it looks here that we're setting it to 25-year events, and what we're hearing is that, we're having stronger storm events, and, I'd like to see if we could boost up the level of, the type of year storm event we have instead of just setting it to 25. I don't know if that's something that we can do, amend this and then amend the LDR. I don't know if that's peeling the onion back too far, but I just thinking ahead and just thinking of what we're seeing and with the sea level rise, and I thought maybe that would be something worth discussing.
I just thinking out loud.
Yes.
If this applies to our platted lots of 50 by 100, are they going to have room to build?
Got it. Okay.
And that was going to be my comment. I don't know what the unintended consequences of that jump right now are. And remember, this ordinance is not about flooding. This ordinance is about runoff.
Okay, I got that. And then the other one was, I guess it would be line 176 through 192. Based on some of the emails we've received recently about the vacation of lots, the only question I had was, should we set it to 30 days? I know it was only one resident that reached out about not having, I guess, ample notice about the vacation notice when we sent that out certified mail. I wasn't sure if we should adjust that to 30 days to give someone ample time. I'm okay with 14, but just going back to what we all received via email a few weeks back.
That wasn't an easement, number one.
Okay.
That was a unimproved platted street.
Okay.
So a little bit different. And also direction, I think before you came on the commission, kind of consensus of the commission had been that they weren't in the business of giving away free land because we can't charge for those unimproved platted streets. So we can't sell them. And we needed to retain them for other purposes.
So, Commissioner Sherman, are you proposing a change on the date?
I was just thinking 30 days instead of 14, but if everybody's okay with 14, I'll stay with 14 days.
I don't really have a problem one way or the other. Either one is fine with me. 30 days. I don't think anything. I don't think there's going to be a situation where 30 days would cause any harm if you wanted to up that number to 30 days.
All right, thoughts on that before we move on to another subject?
Fine.
30's okay? Do we have a consensus on 30?
30.
Yeah, Mark.
Okay, so when this goes, it would be as amended.
And that's line 191.
That's, yes.
Okay, what other thoughts you got, Commissioner Sherman?
I'm just flipping through. I think the other thing was on self-fencing, but I think that's pretty clearly written in the ordinance. I guess it'd be more just of working with the city manager to ensure that we're enforcing those things, or those other barriers are up because of, runoff from these sites going into our intercoastal, waterways, into our sewage systems, then going into, just infiltrating our anything related to water that we have here in the city. But I think that we have several different options there within the ordinance that will give the contractors the ability to mitigate that runoff. So that's all I have.
Okay, any other thoughts? Commissioner Mealy?
I'm very much in favor of this, but do have some questions.
Sure.
My first question is to Drew. I know I had already talked to you about things from Edgar's latest summary of legislation. One that I think particularly is directed at this. It's under natural emergencies. It says that prohibits counties and municipalities within the disaster declaration for the last two hurricanes from adopting more restrictive or burdensome procedures to...
She's not in the ordinance, she's in Edgar's legislative summary.
Got it.
Are we developing more restrictive or burdensome procedures to our land development regulations?
To your land development regulations, it is adding procedures to your land development regulations, but it's regarding the subdivision, and I think that was specific to site plan, if I remember right. Isn't that meant to refer to site plan?
More restrictive or burdensome procedures to its comp plan or land development regulations concerning review, approval, or is of a site plan, development permit, or development order.
And so this is fairly focused on subdivision, number one, and the other thing we talked about in the conversation was, as long as I think your point is well made that there's conflicting information that's coming out of Tallahassee now. We have FDM saying on one hand you have to do this, while on the other hand you have the legislator saying you can't do things like this. And I understand that's the point you're making. Even more impetus for us to go ahead and do this now before that legislation takes effect, assuming that it's signed. Because that is kind of what's going on is we are starting to hear from one part of the state one thing and from another part of the state another thing, and that is exactly the kind of conflict that kind of exists here. Yes.
Yeah, and then sticking with the legislature, and I guess the answer is the same. House Bill 671 and Senate Bill 682 say we have to have expedited permitting. So this is not going to allow for expedited permitting.
This actually should not impact permitting very much because, again, most of this is happening during the subdivision process. So before you've applied for your first permit.
Oh, all right, but if you could look at those two bills.
Sure, absolutely. And I have your list. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, start with line 118. The width, this is it back in that subdivision section. All lots shall have a minimum street frontage of 20 feet? Really? We're going to allow...
You're not allowing 20-foot lots. You're allowing a minimum street frontage of 20 feet. And this is, again, just in the context of the runoff, the stormwater system. So you might have land development regulations elsewhere that say, no, minimum lot width is 50 feet. or 100 feet, or subdivisions, or zoning, based on zoning. And that is actually how it's spelled out here. I mean, in your code is still your single-family residential, you still have those minimum lot widths. This is not changing that.
You sure?
Yes. Okay. Minimum lot width and minimum street frontage, two different things.
I saw 20 feet.
No. And street frontage is not, street frontage is exactly that. It's touching the street for those 20 feet. You might have a 50-foot lot that's touching a curved street, 20 feet, but it's still a 50-foot lot. But it's got 20 feet where it's connected to that road.
Where it might be, it might be a dead end, it might be a dead end street that they only catch the last part of the street and the rest is.
Think of a cul-de-sac. The meeting where we changed density?
Don't get it started.
Don't get me started. All right, back to a section that James was talking about, line 187. We just changed the 14 days to 30, but a few lines up. Shall notify the property owners within the block. We generally look, when I see within the block, I think of down the same street, but shouldn't we, usually we do what, within 200 feet or 500
with
feet?
With land use decisions, you do. Like if I was coming in and asking for a variance, yes, because I'm going to impact you. With an easement, I don't know if the same rationale would apply, because with an easement, the easement is going to be there. We're talking we're talking here about a stormwater drainage easement. Mm-hmm. And so if I'm changing how the stormwater is going to flow, or I'm taking away the easement's going away, don't need it, so we're vacating it, I probably am affecting people in a linear fashion, because it is that stormwater transmission easement.
Okay, I got you. All right, 296.
I'm copying off you.
This section 803, I think this is a typo. This 8.03.04, privately owned bridges, I don't think this belongs here.
Unless you're talking about like Stonebridge, they have their own bridge.
And it is, and a lot of times in development orders, they will develop the infrastructure and then turn it over to the city if it meets our standards.
Oh. But it certainly doesn't belong. We go 9.0301, 9.0302.
So there's a few others. I'll get with Penny on those.
Oh,
there's
the
a few
numbering?
8s that just got missed because she moved everything from 8 to 9.
That's
so
what that
a
is. I'm
typo.
sorry.
Oh,
Yes. So
okay.
that's just a typo on the numbering. I
So
thought
it
we were
should be
talking about.
9.03.
It should be 9.03.04 at 297.
Yeah, there's another one up here.
Okay.
So if you just, I'll make a note to correct all those before it goes to Barb.
Okay.
Told you I was doing it quickly.
It's okay. Line 358. This whole thing about the fill. Don't we, we've dealt with Mirror Lake an awful lot lately. Does this make like everybody following the same rules and Mirror Lake follows along, or how does it affect Mirror Lake?
It doesn't. It's still held at 50%.
It's still?
I'm sorry. Whether it's Mirror Lake in a special flood hazard area or Mirror Lake not in a special flood hazard area, it's still limited to 50% impervious.
Okay.
So it doesn't affect that.
Okay. Thank you.
What else you got?
Did I answer your
I
question?
just had to write down his answer because I'll forget. 395. The prohibition, this whole section, 403, 395. Oh, illicit discharge detection and elimination. Section B, it starts at 405.
for illicit discharges. The car wash, does the car wash conform to this?
It recycles its water.
It does recycle, and I know it would, but so there's no discharge at all?
I mean, there might be a few drips here and there, but they do recycle their water. That system was built to recycle.
And when we, just to add information, car wash or anything else, and the most common one that we get in some places is people draining their pools. You're supposed to drain your pool not directly out to the street. Some people do. But even if somebody's draining their pool directly out to the street, it is not necessarily an illicit discharge. I have this conversation with code enforcement officers a lot, because as soon as they see pool water out of the street, they go to their MS4 ordinance and say illicit discharge. Say, nope. Did you test the water? Nope. Do you know what the chlorine content was? Nope. We don't know if it's illicit discharge or not, because there is a threshold for how many pollutants or soaps or whatever it is in that water. It's not one particle and it's illicit. You have to meet that threshold. So there's testing. So just because you see water coming from somewhere or something that looks like it might be, or for that matter, we went through this just recently in another city with a mechanic shop where there was oil that spilled onto the driveway, and somebody went to the MS4 ordinance, but it's same thing there. There's some amount of oils. We drive our cars down the highway. There's some amount of oil that drops onto the road. And so there's thresholds there. So it's not just any discharge at all. There's a threshold of discharge.
So I can wash my car in my driveway, and that's not an issue? Okay. Correct. Discharges specified in writing by the city. Do we address fertilizer? I know fertilizer gets dealt with later on, but are we okay with fertilizer? Can people still fertilize their lawns?
And I think, if I remember, I think the state's kicked us out of the fertilizer regulation business.
Yeah, they did. I didn't know if they changed their minds.
No.
I think what they ended up with made no sense, that I'm limited as a private homeowner how much nitrogen and phosphorus, but Mr. Fertilizer King can do whatever he wants. Yeah. Wonder how that happens. Not being sarcastic.
Scott, she was pointing to you when she said that. I know. I noticed that.
No, my hand is right here. 531. We're having that issue, which I'm going to ask you about under commission comments, but on Pine Tree Street.
Working with John on it, and the resident who sent us information, I've been corresponding with her to let her know what we're doing with it, that
Okay.
is in code enforcement ban, and her pictures have gone to code enforcement, and John is working on it.
Okay, so I don't have to ask you that later. But if we put this in our code, does that strengthen the argument for that kind of?
We've got plenty in the code right now. I mean, John has a section that we've talked about that he can use. It's what's happening out there in that situation clearly fits into our existing nuisance code. So it certainly does not hurt us, but we don't need this in order to move on that. No.
Okay, thank you. It's that one, 608. Oh. 608 talks about material management and then the same wording is A on 614.
We probably can take one of those out, you think, Penny?
I defer to Lee.
Maybe we were to take one out, I'd take N out, because I think it does function better as an introductory paragraph than the
Yeah, that's what
end
I
of the
thought.
section paragraph.
That's what I thought.
So the different.
I mean, it's not setting a standard of anything. It's an aspirational statement, so I don't think they'd have any trouble with one of those coming out.
But it's talking, well, let's see. So that starts with that section with illicit discharge detection and elimination. And then the next when line 615 is about material and waste management. So are they the same or are they different in MS4's eyes?
I think what we have here is a duplication.
So
I
take
would,
N
I would
out.
suggest that we eliminate paragraph N.
Okay, we have a consensus on that? Everybody's okay with that?
That was what I was thinking.
Mr. Abels did make a point, though, that in paragraph A of 90406, you do have the during construction operation, so it could be that they are, even though they're duplicative, they are talking about doing things. But again, from my perspective, it's an aspirational statement. It's not a regulatory standard. We can't use that to enforce anything. It just gives context.
Is it going to hurt or muddy the waters if it's left in there, or just add clarity?
The only question I think that and Penny asked it is, does FDEM care? Because it doesn't hurt anything to have it there. I don't think it creates any confusion. It just looks duplicative.
Are you all okay with leaving it?
I don't care.
Makes your eye twitch having it in
Yeah.
place? Thoughts?
Makes no difference.
We gotta either take it out or leave it in. Which one we want?
I mean, it's not exactly duplicative. It's got different language. Sorry. I mean, it's not exactly duplicative. I mean, because the second time you see it, it's qualified by during construction operations, which is not in the first. So it's not duplicative.
Keep it in.
Yeah, I'd say leave it.
Consensus to leave it in?
Twitch away.
4-1?
It's not that important to me, just,
Okay, so we have
But I would
consensus
point
on that.
okay, I'm getting near the end.
That's a lot of red.
Yeah. Okay, then we get it on 661, it talks about fertilizer, herbicides. And I guess you said we were okay with that, so,
Yeah, we're regulating the where, not the what.
okay, so this whole area in here, down the bottom of the page. I did find a typo. Line 702, pesticides shall not be applied of stored, I guess, or.
Or.
Okay. Okay. 797. Is section R, section C and D saying it's okay to just completely clear cut a lot?
No. No, neither has anything to do with cutting. But when a lot has been cleared lawfully, we presume.
Okay.
That you have to make sure that you're not creating an erosion.
Okay, so we're not touching that.
No, this is not giving license or authority or permission to clear. This is saying when land has been cleared.
Okay, thank you. Okay, because then on 848 it says clearing or drainage of land as an adjunct to construction. It's not saying it's okay to.
Correct. I mean, and there are times when somebody will lawfully clear their property. And that's when these prohibitions will kick in.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you for your patience.
All right, what other comments? All right, we'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on ordinance 2023-01?
Come on, Ryan.
Y'all are bored. Y'all are bored, really. All right, we'll close public comment and further discussion. All right, Penny, if you can call a roll. Oh, we didn't do a motion. Yeah, we didn't do a motion.
Getting tired.
Yeah.
Make a motion that we approve ordinance, whatever number it is.
2023-01.
2301 as amended.
I'll second the motion.
A motion, a second. Penny, if you can call a roll. Now for real.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellheimer?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Spradley?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. All right, staff comments, city attorney.
You heard my first one just a few minutes ago. Is I have been in correspondence with the property owner about the canal to let her know that code enforcement is moving, and I did thank her for sending the photographs because I know John has found those helpful in his processing of this case. I do not know when we'll be on a magistrate agenda with it, but I do know that John is working on it, and we've spoken, I think, weekly the last few weeks about it. So he's moving. The other is on April 27th. We have a mediation in the golf course case. Mike, I meant to ask you before we started, but I'll go ahead and ask you, is it okay if I've already cleared it with Liz's calendar? Can I have Liz for that, or a staff representative? So Liz will be our staff representative. I'd like to have a representative from the commission, and since you now have a lawyer on the commission, I would point at him if he'd be willing to do it.
Yes.
Do we have a consensus for Commissioner Spradley to do that?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
And it's from 10, and that is the same day as your commission meeting, so everybody is aware of that. But it does start at 10, and we'll be done. And it is a Zoom mediation, so there shouldn't be any conflict with the meeting. But just everybody knows he will be in mediation all day, so cut him some slack that evening. And that's it.
All right, city manager.
Mr. Chair, I have nothing more to report. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone on the commission may have.
Questions for city manager?
I'll wait till I get to mine.
Well, if it's a question for city manager, you might want to ask it now.
Well, I don't know which one specifics. No, I'll wait. I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions for city manager?
I asked them my questions yesterday, and I'm going to give them a couple of days to answer them.
All right, you got off easy. I like that. Okay, Penny.
All right, I'll be quick. The first one is Flagler Beach, Destination Flagler Beach. It's time for them to start producing again in June, and usually someone from the city does the welcome letter. Do any of you want to do that?
I think the mayor would do an excellent job.
Okay.
So, do we have a
I'll give you a deadline when I find it out from
We're getting good at pointing things off on each other.
Well, let's make sure we got consensus on it. Do we have a consensus on mayor doing that?
Yeah.
Done one yet?
Okay.
Well,
Okay, so we got consensus on that.
Yep.
Okay, and the next thing is last meeting, I tried to get one of you appointed as a second member to the ILA group at the school board. I did ask another question today. It may be sitting in my email, and honestly, I just haven't gotten to it since preparing for the meeting. But they do need 2 representatives. They do take minutes at those meetings, and if they would just include me with a copy of that agenda when they distribute, I can post here, and I believe that would cover us under the sunshine.
Okay.
Do we have anybody who wants to do that?
Go ahead. You got something? Go.
Drew, you volunteered to do it.
So when are these ILA meetings held?
Oh, I don't have an exact date for that.
I thought June 8th was.
Who's primary on that
I
one,
am.
Penny? Okay.
Jane is right.
If I can get some dates and things, unless anybody else up here wants to do it, I wouldn't mind.
School days are over.
Yeah,
I got little ones starting school next year, so.
What I have, James, and I don't know if this has been verified, is
Okay.
June 8th from 1 to 2.
Okay, June 8th, 1 to 2, you said? Okay. Unless anybody else up here, I don't know, mayor or anybody.
Consensus on Commissioner Sherman being the second person.
Sure.
Yes.
That's a yes from Commissioner Bellheimer. Okay, we have consensus on that. Congratulations.
That's all I had. Thank you.
All right, Lee, you got anything?
Yes.
What you got?
Actually, some good news for a change.
Get your mic on.
I heard from FEMA, and they've approved our contract to extend the cost of WIC line, the cost of unit. And I got approval to start today, so
Yay.
thank goodness for that. So we had $120,000 in the budget to cover the delta. We no longer have to pay that.
Great. Good job.
So that's number one. Number two is, hopefully you've all seen my emails about this FMA program. May 1st is when they're holding 2 workshops here. And they have the list of folks that are interested. We have 55 on the list, but I think it's growing. The really important part of that is that I got the repetitive loss information from FEMA, and they hold that pretty close to their vest, as you know. But I can share this with you. We have over 35 severe repetitive loss properties. And this grant will cover, if it's successful, of course, will cover 100%. And not only of the construction costs, but they also will pay to put people up in a hotel while the construction's going on.
Wow.
That's up to 90 days. So it's really important.
That's wonderful.
That's a big deal.
It's really important for these folks.
Sure.
Severe loss, repetitive loss properties themselves get reimbursed 90%. So these are really significant grants
significant money
for people. And we have 350 some repetitive loss properties.
But they've not all
counting the
applied.
severe repetitive loss ones.
They've not all applied.
They're not all what?
They have not all applied.
No, and we, I wish we had a better way to get the word out.
I handed my eye doctor a piece of paper through a friend who had an appointment with him. Because every time he eats lunch at Vessel every Wednesday. And I would often meet him there, and he'd go, kind of whiny. And I told him about this, and I gave him your contact information, and that's why I asked you if you had heard from him.
He was actually on the list.
Oh, he is on the list.
David,
Kennedy.
David Kennedy, yeah. I believe he was.
Okay.
He was already on it.
Kennedy.
But the few people that have called me who weren't previously on it, all we have to do is call Andy from Quality Engineering, and boom.
Great.
It goes out. So I hope some of you can make one of these.
Is this, do we have this slated to go out in PSAs?
I'm sorry?
Do we have this slated to?
It's already been going out, so
Just want to make
went
sure
out
this
through
is
the PD
really
Facebook.
talking about.
It's posted at the library. It's went out through the website. If it hasn't been posted out front, we will. And
Karen gave it to the radio station.
Right, the radio station. So we can also give it over to WNZF too. I mean, if they're talking about Flagler Beach specifically.
We'll have half Palm Coast on it.
Yeah.
What else you got, Lee?
Not much. That was enough, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mayor.
I'm going to kind of piggyback real quick on getting that memo out to everyone. We had a table at First Friday for one Friday, and we had discussed it several times about the city having a table just to get information out, and we missed an opportunity last First Friday, and hopefully we will have another table and we can get that ILA information out again. And this is a good way to get city information in front of residents, and it's something that we should be doing each month. Not just a one-time.
Yeah, I know Joyce is going to do a table.
Okay.
Too. So she'll have that information.
Fantastic. And then one other call out, I really wish Chief Downey was here, but I was going through the police reports and I have found my first littering ticket. And I am saving it. Yes. 6:31 p.m. Arrested, 1900 block of South Ocean Shore Boulevard. An officer saw someone throw a cup on the ground, and they turned around and wrote him a ticket. Very proud.
I highlighted that.
Proud mayor moment.
Did you call Linda?
I have not yet. I'm going to call Carla Klein first. And that's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
So I guess I'll touch real quick on I know probably Commissioner Spadler and Commissioner Bellhumor will touch on this a little bit too, but I thought we had a great visit to Tallahassee. The Speaker of the House had nothing but great things to say about Edgar. Edgar, if you're listening, the Speaker of the House specifically said how great of how great Edgar is. So I think that says a lot who's representing us in Tallahassee. So I wanted to mention that to everybody here on the board. The other thing was Commissioner Mealy, we did Senator Hudson actually spoke about, the height restrictions that you've been bringing up in commission comment. When we were in his office, we actually, Edgar brought that up to him, and he reassured us it's not going to have impacts in Flagler Beach.
Yeah, Drew just explained it to me.
Okay, so I was like, you're like, when he was mentioning that, I was like, I'm going to bring that up. And then my last questions for you, Penny. I know South 17th Street with the dune walkover is one that has to be redesigned. Is there a dune walkover in that vicinity that will be near South 17th that residents will be able to access? Do you know that will be in the
18th?
18th, okay.
And I believe also 18th, I believe it's not one that needs pilings.
No, I think it just needs a couple steps.
Yep, it needs 6 stairs.
It needs some steps, and the piles might need to be plumbed, but they don't need to be redone.
I had a resident reach out and actually say they were going to put the steps on if they didn't hurry up and get it done.
Well, my mother-in-law will be tickled to death, but thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That's it? Commissioner Bellhumor.
Well, to follow up on the walkovers, I saw people from Constructco out there accessing each walkover to decide what they're going to start on, I guess, yesterday.
Well, yeah,
I didn't see anybody today, but I know they were out there yesterday assessing what they're...
I was speaking with them on the phone yesterday. I have arranged through Jen and Maria to get them a 2-inch hydrant meter for the pilings they are going to do. They have a portable tank, and they're going to jet drive those piles in. We're working with them to get a MOT route so I can get a permit from DOT, because in those narrow lanes with the median on A1A, there's not a lot of dune there for them to access and get their equipment. So there's probably going to be some detours, not for big, huge areas. It would only be the block. It won't be a whole detour down, but I've got to get permits for that. They usually turn them around pretty quickly.
Are they going to try and work 7 days a week? By any chance?
I will ask them next time I speak to them.
Okay.
They understand the importance of at least those 3,
right?
The handicap ramp, 21st and
28th.
Yes, I always want to say 25th, are extreme priorities. And if we can get more in, that's excellent. But they understand and are doing everything they can to do that.
Okay. Thank you for that update. 3 questions I get asked most is, what's up with the hotel? What's up with the pier? What's up with the Army Corps project? So our city manager gave us some updates on timelines there. The hotel's hoping to start by mid-July of this year. Army Corps won't be starting until June of 24. And then the pier is supposed to start in August of 24. So for those of you out there listening, they're the dates that are currently being worked on. Not too much to add about Tallahassee, except thank you for the sponsors of our appropriations request for the shortfall on the the pier funds that we need. So that looks pretty promising, and our legislators seem pretty confident that it'll get through both the Senate and the House. But then we got to get to the governor to sign it. But I think we probably convinced him of that during his visit. So feeling pretty good about that. they finally started putting the windows in the wick line, and they look and fit nice. Really surprised how well new windows fit in that old building. So hopefully, once they get that done, they can get the front of that thing finished up and get it to look nice again.
The doors are coming next week, I'm told.
Okay.
So they'll be the
Did the library get its door?
Excuse me?
Library didn't get its doors yet, right? They were
No,
supposed to put
but
the front door in.
They have them. They were going to do them Monday and it rained, so they held off on that.
Okay.
They're going to do all the doors, I think, at one time.
Okay. City manager already hit on the sand fencing a little bit, so that's still being pursued.
When Ty Gardner was speaking briefly at the FB3 meeting, I didn't get a chance to ask him afterwards, but he said it will not be the whole length of the road like we were asking for.
That's their part. That's
what I got. I didn't think that included.
They don't have anything to do with our contract. He was referring to their project.
All right.
Yeah.
That's
They can't speak to our project.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you.
That
but
caught me, and I asked.
You did ask him.
The weekly updates that we've been getting on Fridays, are they accessible on the website? Because I tried to find them, I couldn't find anything.
Start scanning them in if that's the direction you'd like me to do.
Katie was going to work on that to try to get them in, and the decision is, we were looking at whether we put them in just consecutively or just put the most recent weekly in. And right now, our thought is put 1 week in, and then when the next weekend, take the old one out and put the new one in. That would it would stop any confusion of people. So
I've been kind of pushing for this for a while now, since I became a commissioner in 2016. Before that, our city manager at the time did weekly highlights, and I believe he did something like that. And that was something I looked forward to as a citizen, to see what was going on. And it was, I believe it's what you said, it was posted, and then that one was taken down, the new one was put up the following week.
Right, so Janelle and Katie will work out where they'll put that on the website, and then your summary of action, which is your staff direction after your commission meetings, is through the agendas and minutes, and it's stored in Laserfish, like your minutes and agendas.
Okay, so do we have a consensus on what the city manager just proposed?
Yes. That was mine.
Okay.
And one last thing, they put all these water line laterals on 13th, 14th, 15th streets south, and dug up the roads and have left it that way. There's especially 14th and 15th Street at Daytona. People are driving through it. The hole just gets bigger and bigger every day. So it would be nice if those roads could get the holes patched. I mean, we got rocks. You know, if you have a pothole and you keep driving through it, it gets bigger every day, and that's what's
You got Arnold Schwarzenegger to come and fill it in.
Okay.
Did you see him today?
No.
He filled in what he thought was a pothole, but it was a drainage something, so you had to undo it.
That's all I got.
Bill Humer, I'm sorry, what street did you?
14th in Daytona and 15th in Daytona. South, yes.
Okay. We had emails regarding open burning, that we should ban it, and then Penny dug up that we already did ban it in 2011. But I was wondering if we could encourage, maybe when are you meeting with the other city managers and the county administrator, if people agree that Palm Coast and the county, if they don't have such an ordinance already, that they look into getting one? Because if we're safe, but the surrounding county is not.
The county does not have one.
They don't.
No.
After we evacuated the whole county, they know. Okay.
So
So anyway, if everybody is in agreement, that I know we don't usually order other people to do things, but
I should rephrase that. I don't know if it's, I don't know if they have one regarding open burning, but development burning, they allow, where we make them haul it away.
Right. Well, that's open burning. And I know that's right, they don't ban it because Culvert Landing, so I think that's the name of the new development, that's what they did, was burn.
Are we referring to bonfires as well?
During dry season, yeah.
Is what you're referring to only during dry season?
I don't remember. You remember our ordinance? I'd have to look it up.
Our bonfires are contained somehow. A bonfire permit for the beach has to get.
We have a permitting regime for bonfires.
Right.
But if we have an ordinance against open burning, and then we have bonfire permitting.
In our code, it's in the same place, and it's been a long time since I've looked at it, but no, they're not in conflict with each other.
Okay.
No.
Got it. Did you have a question? Good. Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Abels, if next time you're meeting with them, if you would encourage them, that would be nice.
Okay. Would we want to do a letter to them, say, like how we would instruct mayor to do one, send it to them? Is that something that you would want to do?
Somehow get them encouraged.
You might start off with the manager-to-manager conversation, and Mr. Abels can report back and let you know how that goes.
Okay.
And he might then have a feel, put words in your mouth, but you might have a feel for the sentiment before you start writing letters that they're just going to toss. Yeah, it may be better just to start off at the manager level.
And just so you know, we collectively met yesterday, so we will not meet again for at least 30 days. So it's going to be about a month delay.
Well, we've had significant rain in the last
minutes.
I just want to make sure you knew it was.
Yeah, no, I understand. Thank you. We talked about 17th Street crossovers. I don't have to bring that up. Have all of you received these emails complaining about the Humane Society?
Yes. I've seen a little bit of that.
I wonder if, are they disgruntled employees? Is there any validity to what they're saying?
I forwarded the email on to the police chief, and then he forwarded it on to the sheriff's office, and that was last I heard.
Because I know we have a contract, but we don't have any alternative, the city's contract with them. But I hate to support it. And I love Amy to pieces, the director. You haven't seen them? Okay. Oh, you got 3 of them, and I don't know, I thought they went to everybody, but maybe I'll forward it to you, and sometimes disgruntled employees get carried away about things. I don't know. Anyway, okay. The affordable housing you calmed me down about, so thank you. Centennial Planning Committee is continuing to meet, coming up with all kinds of exciting ideas. I know it seems far away, but some of these plans are kind of big. Went to the museum meeting, FB3 meeting. I know we already thanked Rotary for the police department trailer, but add another thank you to them.
They'll be on an agenda, an upcoming agenda, I believe, early May, to give them something.
Give them a certificate. Good. And mentioning those weekly highlights, they're really good. So thank you to you and staff for putting those out. And I have other things, but they're not important. So I know everybody wants to go home, including me.
Commissioner Spradley.
Thank you. the Tallahassee legislative visit, since it's my first time around the block. Although when I was in law school, I clerked at the Capitol for a while, but that was a day or two ago. So my observations were this. We met with Speaker Renner, who is incredibly busy as Speaker, but still showed in his interaction with us that he was on top of what we brought to the table, which is, and we were speaking through Edgar, that is for the projects that are that affect Flagler Beach that we put into his lap. He was very knowledgeable about it. He was very enthused about it, as was Senator Hudson. Senator Hudson actually was able to give us a little more time, and they both seem to be thoroughly up to speed on the projects that impact us. And something that Commissioner Sherman mentioned, I had not met Edgar Fernandez before. And for those who are listening, and Edgar Fernandez is our lobbyist in Tallahassee, that our, being the city of Flagler Beach, works for the Anfield Agency. And I was very impressed with him. He was basically our tour guide for 2 days. And in observing not only his interactions with the three of us, but his interactions with others there in the Capitol. He seems to be well respected. And as Commissioner Sherman mentioned, at the end of our meeting with Speaker Renner went out of his way to tell us what a great advocate that we have. Yeah, so that made me feel really good. And then I had, as we all did, we had our own private conversations with Edgar, and I found him to be a delight to work with. So I felt very good that we've got someone in Tallahassee. So he also said he watches all of our meetings. So Edgar, thank you.
I'm waiting to see if there's any responses.
There will be a test later.
Yeah.
Edgar.
Sometimes he writes text, but I don't have any today.
So that was that on for Tallahassee. I wanted to say something about the dune holdout issue. I know it's come up a couple of times. It affects all of us in terms of protecting our beach. But, everyone's aware of the history of there being the dune holdout. And I met her for the very first time when she came to my office and was there for 3 hours. And I just want to say, just on a human level, there are two sides to every story, and there was some pretty hardcore feedback and response to this woman and her family on social media, and for not signing the easements, and it was over the top. So she had an opportunity to sort of tell her story of the impact on how negative it was to her, to her health and other things. And so it was, at the end of the day, when she signed, there was a sense of relief from her, because a lot of that negative action, which no one here condones, but it happened. And so, so that's a part of the story I didn't know. But we're all human, and in this case, I'm glad that she seems to be better for having signed over the easement. And then, of course, we benefited because she signed the easement. But I just wanted to add that. Finally, I started last Saturday on having a little open house at my office for residents to come by. I'm committing an hour or so on Saturdays for residents. And I had a few come by, and I have a few more scheduled to come by Saturday, day after tomorrow. And I'm going to keep doing that. I found it to be very helpful. For me, I'm mostly listening, and taking some time to get some feedback for a variety of reasons. But I think that's something I'm going to continue to do, and it works out well for me. And it gives, some residents, I think, appreciate just the opportunity to be heard. And so I'm going to keep doing that. as I've shared with a lot of you, 15 years ago I became divorced and I quit drinking, so I have a lot of free time on my hand. So a couple hours on Saturday fits me just right. So that's that. Thank you.
Lucky you have an office. Yeah.
True. All right. We had an exciting beach cleanup.
Yeah,
the last round. We had to clean up the street a little bit. And so it was interesting having conversations around that. And I had a conversation with city manager the other day because in speaking with multiple jurisdictions of law enforcement during that time, the concept of stop sticks got brought up. And to make a long story short, turns out that chief is already looking into those options and exploring that, for our city. Because not only this, but if you all remember over the last year, there's been 2 or 3 high-speed pursuits that have come through Flagler Beach that originated in other points. And the option of being able to set up something to slow folks down and having that option to deploy is very beneficial as we've seen for the town, because having cars go through the center of town at 70 miles an hour, I can tell you, does not end well. And I got to see that firsthand, up close. And yep. But the chief was already ahead of it, and already had conversations with city manager, and they're exploring that. And they're, for what they are, they're relatively inexpensive. Around $500 for the equipment. Yep. So, and it would be nice to see that in all our cruisers, but I'll let him handle how he wants to equip his stuff. But it was good that they were already looking into it before it even got brought up. That's all I got.
We do have a good chief.
We do have a good chief. We got a good permanent city manager too, right? All right, that is all I got, and we will go to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on items that are covered, not covered, or anything?
Come on, Ryan. No, not tonight.
All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right.